We are live. No, there's no intro.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Oh, yeah, because we don't have an intro. Because we're not. This isn't officially Leftist Mafia.
Yeah,
it's just everybody from Leftist Mafia, but not on Leftist Mafia.
Yeah, Ben is coming though because it's a. I was saying it's like like a joint show, like different shows coming together. Not my camera going off.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
My internet is really bad. Dixon's also going to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Let me go ahead and plug that in.
Do you have the Rebecca? Do you have the Sony ZV-1? Because
I do.
Because is that the camera you have? Because I had that issue with that camera, and I figured out how to fix it. At least I think I did.
6400.
It may have the same settings. We can discuss off camera, but
okay, yeah, because it does
that. The settings I think you could change.
All right, 1 second. I'll be right with you guys, so I can look. I faded to black, but I'll be right back.
So it's going to be starting in about 8 minutes or so. Let's scroll through here. Who's going to be in the debate? Let me bring this up.
Yeah, you tell me.
So Ron DeSantis,
not Donald Trump. That's what matters. Not Donald Trump. That's the most important thing.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Not Donald Trump. So let's quickly hear, what do we expect from Ron DeSantis? I expect him to do terribly, actually. I think that he has no charisma. He's garbage. And I'm curious to see if he's going to be defending Trump, as was leaked in the super PAC that is backing him. That's what they want to see. Is he going to do that, or is he going to attack Trump? I think that's one thing to watch for.
I expect him to be the punching bag.
Ron, as your super PAC, we want you to be a little bitch. Go out there and just defend someone who's just destroying you in the polls and talking trash about your family. Ron, just go out there. And we've already let Mickey Mouse whip you around. It's time for Donald Trump to do so too.
Is it really rivalry? Because I feel like Ron DeSantis actually took a lot of Trump's, his blueprint from when he came out. Started with that, rolled out with that, and then I think he took it a step further. But this is a lot of what to me, what DeSantis is doing is similar. It's textbook Trump, and that's why Trump looks at him like, you can never be me. You will never be me.
It's Trump without the charisma. It's Trump without the charisma, all it is a real piece of shit. So that's why he's not appealing to anybody.
Yeah, he's pretty boring.
They're having who could be more horrible.
He has a handsome face. So I'll say that.
No. Strong disagree.
No?
Strong disagree. Oh,
no, does not have a Okay.
Wait, did you say Ron DeSantis has a handsome face?
Like
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the Amazon Prime show The Boys?
No.
Can someone throw up Homelander?
I'll see if I can find your.
Your tweet was so good.
Okay, but the actor who plays Homelander is actually good looking. It's more the fact that they're both kind of.
Well, I'm not saying he looks like the actor. I'm saying he looks like
trash. He's garbage. Let's be clear. But Donald Trump is not.
You're gonna get so clipped, Rebecca.
Damn, we're finding out.
Y'all can't say that man's face is not nice. That's a nice face.
I don't know. We're finding out that you're a freak, Rebecca. That's what we're finding out tonight.
Donald Trump is handsome. Now come and fight me. Fight me. Like, send me literally come to my address and just be like, Rebecca, like, it's time.
Problematic crush.
That is the voice of a sociopath. He wants to rip the head off this reporter, just like Homelander. Well, let's not spoil Homelander.
Not you having this ready, Matt. It's CD. You have this ready, and that's thick. Okay.
By the way,
you have this ready is thick.
Did Lance make this, or did you find this? Because I printed it.
I didn't make this.
I'm gonna screenshot that and hold it on my phone and
I'm gonna actually play the Republican debate bingo and see if I can win.
Let me bring up the image of that.
Yeah. Whoever made this is very, very clever because all of these are gonna
Republican debate bingo.
The middle one. Woke should have been the middle
I
square.
agree.
Woke is gonna be like 50,000 times tonight.
Yeah.
Woke is gonna be in the first 3 seconds we're gonna hear woke. Climate hoax for sure. All of these are very likely.
Hunter Biden, because it's going to be that's going to be
Biden, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Mainstream
Biden,
media,
family.
mainstream media, baby. That's all up in there.
What's the least likely one? I guess is the better question here.
Climate hoax.
What's the one that's
I would
No,
say.
that's going to be hit. I think that could. You know
Think
what?
it's gonna be a
Maybe
hit?
not, because that's more of a Trump saying climate hoax. But they will downplay the climate if it comes up at all. I think it won't come up at all. So
We need to add. We need to add which
Too many words.
candidate. Which candidate will wish Matt Binder a happy birthday today?
Oh, right. It's your birthday,
okay,
right?
Bender,
Matt
happy
Bender, it's your
birthday
birthday.
again.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday. No, let me do the black version. Happy birthday. to you. Happy birthday.
I like this version too because it's
prefer the black
copyright
version.
claim free.
Okay. Listen, no, I think that's that version is, if I'm not mistaken, I may be making this up. No, I don't know who it is. I was about to just say Stevie Wonder because it just felt like it was Stevie Wonder. That is not
It
Stevie
does
Wonder,
feel Stevie
Rebecca.
Wonder.
That is
It does
not
feel it,
Stevie
though.
Wonder though. I made that up. But yeah, it's copy. It's yeah, you're right. So happy birthday. How old are you?
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm
multiple
30.
chats are saying Stevie Wonder. Yeah, it is Stevie Wonder.
Okay, so see.
Oh, so it's definitely not copyright claim free.
No, but that's my remix. That's my voice.
I
And
am.
Bender, I don't sing for everybody. Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. It was beautiful. You have a great singing voice, much better
Thank
than your
you.
taste
You
in
do.
men.
Here you go. Here you go.
I'm 37 years old today, and you know,
Young
if you're ever
man.
feeling to the audience, if you're ever feeling like your birthday came and went and you didn't really have a great time, just remember you could be me and spending your birthday night watching the GOP primary debate.
Happy birthday, though. What else do you have planned outside of this? Because I know this can't just be it for you.
No, that really is. I mean, I
That's your
got
life?
kids, and
That's
they
your
just
life?
just put them to bed. We had a cake. Just
Okay.
me, just the kids and my wife, and we just did it small. We'll do something bigger on the weekend. It's hard. Wednesday, I wasn't gonna take off on a Wednesday either. That's no fun. I'd rather take off like on a Friday or Monday and extend the weekend and celebrate my birthday then.
So you're gonna be in the streets this weekend?
I don't know about the streets, probably
Getting
at
weird.
some sort of kid-related theme park type deal, I'm sure.
Oh, you're gonna celebrate with the kids. It's not gonna be you and your partner. It's just gonna be you.
Oh no, that rarely happens nowadays.
Oh, David.
Oh my God, you sound
David.
like you're 50. Is that what married life is like? Ooh.
No. We actually do enjoy our
sound
kids.
like you're
I don't know. Throw them
Hey,
kids off. I'll be like, throw them. Like, whose kids are these? Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. That's not me.
Okay,
as mom.
in the 43 seconds that remain, I'm just going to quickly say to answer David's question. You know who I think is going to really succeed tonight? Vivek Ramaswamy. I think it's going to be his
Probably.
night.
I think he'll probably do the
I think
best.
he's going to dominate. Yeah, that's my prediction.
I would love to see it. I
think that Chris Christie is going to come in a close second because I think he's going to take some shots at DeSantis and other candidates, and the moderators are going to want to allow that to happen for good ratings. So I think Chris Christie is someone to watch as well. It would be funny if he also face planted and did not perform
Ben
well.
is here.
Ben's here.
Another fall. Yeah, Ben is here. But for me, who do I
Ben's
really?
here. Bring Ben
I
in.
think
With 4 seconds, to spare.
Ben, what is your camera on? The webcam or your song?
Is it on the webcam? Oh God, no, we don't want that. Hang on, let me get the good.
Look, like it or not, it's on here. Look,
All right,
it's
let me bring this
starting.
mic up.
Some call it the heartland. Others flyover country.
You're gonna have to turn it up a lot more. If you're maxing the volume, David, add the extension to your browser that there's either Chrome or Firefox extensions that you just max out volume as much as you want.
Yeah, I did that. Did it change? Did it make a difference?
Yeah.
A state known for its
Ben, I'm gonna send you the bingo
Ooh,
card.
it sounds pretty bad. Yeah.
and also its razor thin elections. In 2016, Republicans narrowed.
Is that really at full volume?
That's really that
Yeah.
can't be the volume because we are way louder than that.
Someone else can try it. Mike or Bender, you have control too if you want to try bringing one in.
Let Bender try. My internet is very bad right now.
The country was
Oof.
rife with
All right,
tension.
hold on. Let me.
In the
Try the
suburbs of
Fox
Milwaukee,
News
the
one.
division seemed deeper than ever.
I don't
on
think we
YouTube.
can.
Are
they
watch the
streaming
Fox
online?
News one.
That was just the beginning.
I would imagine
Yeah,
so.
I don't think we can. They probably are charging for it.
Yeah, I think it's a paid thing.
What you need to do is just install the extension in your browser for either Chrome or Firefox that lets you maximize volume. And,
I have that. It's maxed. It's
You have volume booster.
Yeah, I think the issue is StreamYard. I'm not sure if StreamYard picks that up.
For the White House accelerates. Tonight, the Republican candidates will face off at the home of the Bucks and the Marquette Golden Eagles, hoping to return next July to this city on the shore of Lake Michigan.
Others say it's fine. I'm confused. Other closed categories?
If it's fine, because for me it's quiet, but if it's fine for you at home, that's awesome.
Right.
Works.
I can actually hear it really good.
Oh, all right.
You got headphones. Oh, all y'all got headphones.
Yeah.
Tonight, the race for the White House takes flight. Welcome to the first debate of the 2024
I'm just gonna go
presidential
full. That's
campaign.
good.
There you go.
Maybe because it sounds like this, we'll not get any sort of.
For me, it's like super loud because I turned the tab up so I can barely hear anybody else.
Other people can barely hear it as well in the chat.
They are here to lay out their vision for America, the battle as they battle for
We got to give people something.
nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republican choice for president will accept the party's nomination next summer. The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida
Those asking, there's no
Governor Ron
subtitles as far as I know.
DeSantis.
Yeah, this is
This psychopath.
Rumble, not.
Ramaswamy.
Former Vice President Mike Pence.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Who?
Doug Burgum.
Some ground rules for tonight. We'll ask the questions.
Is there a way to turn our
and then
voices
candidates have
down?
1 minute to answer. If someone
So people
is
can turn it up at home
singled
without
out, they
breaking
get
their
30
ears?
seconds to respond. And when the
I'm
time
not
runs
sure.
out,
Oh, it just actually
we all
the volume sort of
will hear
fixed for me at least. It sounds
very
louder.
pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the
It's
pack
low,
and
even on my
explain why
phone
they
when I pulled it out.
are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president. At a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country.
You want me to
that
try
with
sharing
Biden
mine really
next,
quick just to test
things are
it?
looking up.
If you want,
They
yeah.
call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But is it? More than 65% of Americans.
I'm not sure they meant it in a totally
does that sound?
complimentary way at the time. But guess what?
The same.
It's working.
Same.
Yours is
Okay.
lower for me.
But
Okay, let's go back to David's then.
Dang. Sorry, y'all.
Food is high. A lot of people's out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford a house anymore.
It's inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
We sit here tonight. The #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond.
Oh God.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God. Oh, I can't believe that got mentioned.
Virginia, named Oliver Anthony. His lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country.
And people on
Washington,
welfare.
D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
Oh my God.
Oh, gotta mute it.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can share that audio.
Yeah.
So wait till he's done.
Can they not?
They're playing the whole damn song.
I'm
What is this?
embarrassed.
This is the way they start the show.
Like, what is the point of playing this? I don't get it.
He's
It's
their new
speaking to the
hero.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is-
Do you not understand?
But maybe they didn't get the memo. He said diversity good, so he's canceled.
That's true.
What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This
Uh-oh.
Freezing?
decline is not inevitable.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
freezing.
choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline.
Not the
It
basement.
starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home, while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings. That is wrong. We also
I'm sorry, what's the
succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country. I showed it could be done in the state of Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
He's really trying to have charisma tonight.
Oh my God, that smile at the end.
that was cursed.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Why would you
That's
do
creepy
better
shit.
on the economy than him?
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. And I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country, and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey,
Really weak start for him.
Had the second lowest credit
Really
rating in
weak.
the nation after Illinois. It was downgraded 11 times.
Yeah,
Jeez.
and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did was cut pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending, this was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years.
Is this the
So
first
what
time they
have
brought
you
up the
done
welfare
to
part of
rein
Oliver
in
Anthony's song?
The increasing size of government.
Yeah. Tim Scott is the resident black man on the. Yeah, I mean, come on. Jeez.
Spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved 4.4 trillion, 4.1 trillion, 1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
Oh, hold on one
was our
second. We're
administration, so I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't
No,
mention
they're
this
going to go
was
hard
the
on the black
President.
man. Oh, they going in.
President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said
Empty
that
suit.
you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
Come on, Vivek.
I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found
Completely ignored the
multi-billion-dollar
question.
companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons,
This
following
is
our faith in
giving.
God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running to something, to our vision of what it means to be an American today. If you have a
Y'all were
broken
right.
car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
That's a great start.
Vivek said, I'm coming out strong.
Yeah.
Didn't answer anything.
Not a thing.
Yeah.
We've heard all of these voters talking about.
And you notice no follow-up questions for he or DeSantis.
Nationally right now, he's beating you in the
Vivek
polls.
is the
Well, I don't care
GOP's
about
Buttigieg
polls.
for
What
sure.
I care about the fact is that no
Mhm.
one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too. When they passed that
Ooh.
$2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald
on.
Trump added $8 trillion
Nikki said.
to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountability.
Wow.
Oh shit!
Nikki Haley.
Damn.
What?
You were mentioned there.
She said, y'all getting red.
4% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blame the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record.
Oh
I'm
god.
incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life. Now, Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I'm the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration. And then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor
Mr. Vice President.
and when I was vice president.
Yeah, but you did not turn the election around for Donald Trump on January 6th. Disqualified!
Yeah. Then they wanted to hang you.
Guys, unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more.
They love Vivek.
Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy.
He's crushing it.
I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Vivek, if I can.
Wow, is Ron DeSantis going to stand there in the middle like a little...
I'm trying to hear the explanation. Is he coming with something?
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in a experience. We need to bring
Where'd the volume go?
Yeah, now I can't hear anything.
You're up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open.
People
and I can
died.
tell you this,
People
as your
died.
president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
He wants to I told you.
You know what? We're going to bring in...
I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way,
Like
we
you.
can have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact of the matter is...
Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike. We're just going to have some fun.
Oh, wow. That was actually a
And the
half-decent
reality
retort.
is, you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have...
What'd you do?
Hi.
I am.
Back to that. We are.
He took control.
There are two people who we have not heard from yet, so let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson.
Oh, this is about
on
to
the
be-
economy.
David was on the side of revolution there for a minute.
People, it's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these.
Hey, who's this guy?
That's what I said.
This is the $20 gift card guy.
But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So, but I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state, in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that
Green New Deal spending. I didn't even realize. Wow, that's news to
oil
me.
From the Middle East and start buying batteries from China. We're just trading OPEC for Sinopec, and then belatedly, the Biden administration says no. We're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
Guys, real quick, people are saying that we're too loud compared to the debate itself. Folks, we can't turn it up, but we'll try to be more quiet.
Yeah, I'll turn myself down. You could do
We can
that
all turn our mics down.
Yeah, you can turn our mics
if we
down.
all turn our mics down, then it may be better.
Everyone half your mic. Put half the
taxes
dBs.
in Arkansas as governor.
Okay, I've lowered it to half.
I've lowered it too. Do I sound lower, everybody?
To my
Do I sound quieter, everyone? Everyone want to do the sound off?
Yeah, I sound the same. Just mute.
We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas.
Does it sound better? Is it
after
good?
I left government than when I took over as governor 8
That's
years
half
ago.
as well.
I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a
Boring.
lot of topics to get to. And I
Yeah, head of the
promise we're going to
DEA,
get to
cringe
everyone
as
if
fuck.
we play within the rules.
Right.
Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
This is
So
going to be
Alexander
good.
Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
Deny
So we want to start
Fuck
on
I'm
this
actually
with,
I'm actually
Shane
stunned they're
Diaz.
asking this question.
Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander,
so do you want to raise your hand or not?
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the
I
climate
didn't
change
raise- I
agenda is
didn't
a
raise a
hoax. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the
Who's that?
stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
That's the bingo card right there.
And we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is,
Wow, he's getting booed for that, right? Or was he getting booed for the other comment?
Bought
and so
and
the
paid.
reality is, more people
Yeah.
are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate
Governor,
change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid
Death rate
for?
is down by
Hold on,
98% in the last century.
Listen. Wait, hold on.
This guy's gonna feel really stupid in a couple
enough
years.
already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And
He
the
worked on that
last person
line.
in one of these debates,
That
who
was
stood
too
in the middle
good.
of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing in stage tonight.
Come on, give me a hug. Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same type of amateur.
And you'll
Got
hug
him.
me just like you did to Obama too. Give me that
The
bear
same
hug, brother.
type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought and
Brett,
paid
what
for?
I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Now that's a fair line.
I knew it was coming.
Sounds woke.
We do care
Yeah.
about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the
What's the right
environment,
way?
then we need to start telling China and India that they have to
Oh my
lower
God.
their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to
So China
acknowledge
bad?
the
Fuck
truth,
the earth?
which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to
Need to
stop
take on the
polluting, and that's when
international
we'll start
world.
to deal with
Senator
Yeah,
Scott,
the
are you
international
bought and
world
paid
is here.
for? Are you bought and paid for?
Sorry.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's
What?
what the American people deserve.
What
is a
kind of
debate
person
about
is
the
that?
Paid
issues
for?
that protect their lives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Black person on the panel. Are you bought and
To
paid?
decide on the next leader of our country. Number one. Wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single parent household mired in poverty, I wondered,
Oh my
was
God,
the
bro.
American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
Do it quickly.
America has cut.
Jesus.
I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. So America,
Wow.
America.
They are not.
Yeah,
That was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they
No,
are
you haven't.
continuing to increase: Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage, devastating our own economy? Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of
Okay.
different topics to get
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you,
Wow,
Senator Scott.
he gets
So
the most
coming up
disrespect,
next,
Tim
the
Scott,
candidates
huh?
will weigh in on what could be a defining issue in the 2024 campaign. The first Republican debate continues moments away.
Wow.
People are still saying our mics are too loud. I guess we gotta turn
No,
them
there's
down a little
nothing
bit
we
more.
can do at this point. I mean,
Jesus
I put
Christ!
mine
If you
even
guys just want to
lower.
watch the debate, then go to Fox News. Like,
Yeah, you can't just watch the debate on. Yeah.
Well, right now it's a commercial, so we can have a little bit of back and forth. Y'all, that was Vivek came out strong. So you guys were right in your initial.
It's
prediction.
Vivek.
Oh,
Vivek.
Vivek like
Yeah.
steak.
I thought it was
Oh.
Vivek.
That's what I
No,
thought too.
Vivek.
It
He
was
says
given
Vivek like
so
cake.
it's
Let's
Vivek.
pull us up on the screen. Let's not show these commercials. Let's show.
Oh, yeah, you're right,
close.
you're right.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm.
at the end of the day, he's actually now called Chat GPT. I think that was the
No,
first
that
exchange.
was good. They come in with the
Yeah,
shots today.
Yeah. Shots fired.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think he's dominating right now. No question. He's controlling. He got asked a question, and then instead of answering any part of it, he's just like, I just want to tell you all about what I'm all about. And then like, it's okay, fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. He's trying to be the populist right-wing Bernie Sanders, essentially using words like revolution, talking about super PAC puppets. He's giving me like fascist 2016 Bernie. And I think that might play well for him. The one thing that I think might actually hurt him a little bit is him just saying that climate change is a hoax. That's going to bode well for him with like the right-wing grifter sphere. The problem is that I think if you're really trying to be populist, young people care about this, like even on the right. So I don't think that that's going to help him. But that's the one misstep so far. The fact that Mike Pence is attacking him, I think gives him a lot of clout.
Yes, yes. As I watch this, I just really, I'm grieving for how stupid our country really is, and how that audience is filled with people, and Fox News viewers are celebrating all of the idiotic, insane, batshit, crazy stuff that they just said in that entire exchange. It was entertaining, but it's also really sad that we have to this much ignorance.
No, you're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, Ben, you're breaking up just a tad bit there. But what you're saying is right. It is sad to see how much ignorance we have and how people are supportive of these really stupid talking points. But I see here though it's a little bit different. They like this younger man candidate, and I'm talking about Vivek, like steak.
Vivek.
They like this younger man, which is interesting to me because usually they're more, I don't know, this bright, young, has this, even has like lingo that he's throwing in there. And his clapbacks are great. And, he doesn't answer questions and they're still like, woo! Like they're really enjoying this. That's very interesting to see as well. But what's her name? Haley, Nikki Haley. She started to wrong by actually attacking, going with the approach of attacking or calling out and holding them accountable, the Republicans themselves. I think that was very interesting, and people still cheered for that as well. So that was interesting. I liked that she didn't come out saying, okay, let's just do what we always do, and that's attack the blue or attack the left or attack Democrats. But she went after their own party, and I think that was really a good place.
I did want to say though that like as a man, I felt personally attacked when she said that thing about men and women, and that was way too woke for me. So I can't go with her, unfortunately. Yeah, she went full woke.
Yeah.
So
That was woke.
Yeah.
Like, wow, where did she get that from?
I mean, really, identity politics at a GOP debate? What is this? No, I do agree, though, on a serious note with Rebecca, that this is a good strategy for her, right? Because she's kind of like blending in with the Pences and the Burgums and the more boring candidates. But if she can differentiate herself and attack other GOP candidates, she's not only going to make headlines, but I think that she's doing a good job at like drawing differences between her and other candidates. So I think it's a good strategy. I mean, any political like strategist is going to tell you that if you're down in the polls, you need to attack, and that's what she's doing. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to be streaming on here. It's back now on Safari now. So I'm curious if this is going to make a difference at all.
Okay.
Probably not.
Good idea. We can all just turn
What
our
the hell?
volumes down so people can turn it on or louder at home.
Yeah, I'm gonna put.
Sound any better?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's dead
even
silent.
better.
You might have to use Chrome. StreamYard.
So let me
might
go back
work
to
with
Chrome.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Okay. Well, let me bring this back in. Don't worry, we missed nothing.
Shout out to all the right-wingers watching us currently. We are also conservative, so stick around.
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is, and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Well, all right.
All abortions matter.
DeSantis, you
God.
signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them
Penny is
accountable
so
for their
traumatized.
Did he say she survived being in a pan?
Yep.
I'm going to stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, before I formed you in the Bible. See, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life. And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue, it's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as president of the United States.
Call my name, so I will respond to that. 30 seconds. So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation to ban abortion after a baby is capable of experiencing pain. It's just going to take leadership.
Hold on. 70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
A 15-week limit.
Let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn.
Let's get this dunce cap who hasn't said a word yet. Let's get him talking.
So that's where it is right now.
You can just talk over him. Who gives a fuck?
I don't know what he is.
It's just the face.
This is the guy who paid people a $20 gift card for donating $1 to him so he could get on the stage. Because you needed 40,000 donations. So he said, donate $1 to me and I will send you a $20 gift card.
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life
So that's why he's on the
very
stage.
pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important, but I am on the
Why is he
record
wearing
and I
other
stand
people's
behind
skin?
That we should not have
Weird
a federal
dude.
abortion
Stop
ban.
it now.
We should not.
Right
And the
now.
reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution,
Is it
which
upside
the
down?
states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, more importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states, and then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives, they're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Bergman, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Bergman, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the
Where
Supreme
did he come
Court
from?
gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress. So there is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was
Sorry to all those kids dying in those
governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of
1 in 5
compassion,
kids in
in terms
Arkansas
of
live in
protecting
poverty.
the life, and also understanding how we have to
Child
enhance,
poverty rate of
abortion,
26%. Over a
adoption
quarter
services, how we have
of
to
kids
enhance
under the age of 18 in
maternal care.
Arkansas live in
Those
poverty.
things we've done in Arkansas
White men
and are
talking about
important
abortion
for our
is just
nation's
like
future.
There are a
white
lot of
boys.
issues that are very important.
Yeah, fair.
Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York,
Hang
and
it up, Tim
Illinois
Scott.
have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I am 100% pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life.
This is not
That
his
is a
real
list.
accent.
That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that
He said
issue
Illinois
with a
twice.
15-week
twice.
limit.
I think we're all
Shut the hell
pro-life,
up.
but what I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
Yeah, they
Another
absolutely
issue
are.
is
If it's in the best
America
interest
and
of the
crime
mother,
crisis,
if
the
her life is at
homelessness
risk, if
crisis.
it's in the interest
American cities
of the
are
people
in decline.
involved.
People are moving out as
Absolutely.
homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began
Murders and
in
homelessness is
the
up.
COVID
Like,
era. How much of what
homelessness
we're
isn't a
seeing
crime.
happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns? And is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats been talking about defunding the police for the last
Oh,
5
please.
years. And we are
Jesus
defunding
Christ.
law enforcement,
Yes, that's why they're
particularly in our
homeless.
major cities at
Mhm.
unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal
that crime in
prosecutors in
cities?
major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts.
Oh, my
and
God.
we're going to close the federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states with a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement. We will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie, another
They
issue
are
this
insane.
weekend here in Milwaukee.
They are.
reports
It's
say there
the
are
same,
30
it's the same
shootings,
bullshit every fucking
and
year.
a number of
It
them including
very,
kids.
very much.
Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person, along with Governor Hutchinson, up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a...
There's a bingo.
And then is facing a 10-year...
No, but that's one of the cubes. Sorry.
Mandated by legislation, sponsored by his father.
Yeah, they said it earlier.
And then you have
Thank God we're not drinking every time they say Hunter.
Away from those charges, we're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too.
Oh, come the
We're
fuck
in the middle
on.
of a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
He should have been bullied in school. Him. Nobody else, just
The
him.
American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have some others that like you may have on the stage. It's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
Equating the
recognize
American
that
people
in order
with the
to actually
failed
win.
government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So I guess, so let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. That's actually how we translate it.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low
Not
in Florida.
Split 'em by the throat.
Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left attorneys.
Bingo again. Jeez.
And they say they're not
Is that the first George Soros mention?
They disagree with the inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had two of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president,
I don't like the way he's
we are going to
stupid.
go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Gorgon.
Well, Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps him get the crop off. There's accountability, there's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Try that in a small town.
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's three simple words that would be helpful. One, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure
Sometimes it's China,
that we
sometimes
have,
it's Mexico.
the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Thank you. Let me take a break. So, speaking of that,
I'm actually
Fulton
surprised.
County Jail,
Someone
where
went
former
there.
President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow. So next, the candidates will have an opportunity
County, baby.
to talk about the coming trials of Donald Trump.
My God.
All right, go to full screen again.
He's tired.
I mean, this is just there.
Shit show.
Yeah, it's a shit show. Absolutely, I think that's the best way to describe it. They are. Just,
We're in trouble.
It's rehashing the same shit we see all the fucking time.
Yeah, it's
more
nothing
than
right. The most surprising thing was actually just throwing Trump under the bus just there. I'm actually still in shock.
I think we're gonna see more of that, though. I want to see Ronaldo DeSantis. I want to see him because he doesn't like Trump allegedly. I mean,
yeah,
so
but they got to be careful because they don't want to piss off the Trump base. If anything happens where Trump can't run or doesn't run or whatever, they want that to pick up they want to pick up that 50+% of his supporters, and whoever is going after Trump on stage is not gonna be able to make that argument.
But this is going to be Christie's moment. If Christie doesn't shine during this Trump segment, because attacking Trump has been his go-to method.
That is his thing, right? He can't escape.
Yeah.
He can't escape that one, right?
But he's got to come out strong here, otherwise Christie is toast. I think that, I mean, he's already not doing great, obviously, but like his one appealing factor for anti-Trump Republicans is that he is the anti-Trump. So he's got to make this this upcoming segment count. Also, I just have to point out that in my notes here, I just have randomly Asa Hutchinson looks demonic, and I feel like that would resonate with you all as well.
No, he looks tired, but you're right. It's giving me like a horrific commercial, one of those like movies that are like them horror movies that I would mute, so I don't have to watch. He's scary looking. I've never seen. I've reported on him, but I've never actually looked at him. The man looks like he looks demonic. He looks possessed. But they're saying right now, even during the debate is going on, Donald Trump, Donald Trump had something special. Him dropping his interview with Tucker Carlson as the debate is going on. He's a messy bitch. Like he is
True.
He knows.
True. That is messy bitch behavior.
Yes, he knows exactly what to do, when to do it. He likes the spotlight, and I thought he was really just sitting down waiting for it tomorrow when he goes to get his headshot at Fulton County. But that man is something else. He's like, listen, the debate ain't as important as what I'm about to say. I wonder what he talked about on Tucker.
Let's tune in. Let's find out. We can just pull it up right now and watch it.
Oh yeah, it's also live streamed, isn't it?
Wait.
It's on right now, literally.
It's on
right
Twitter?
Now. We can
Is it on right now?
It's on
Okay,
Twitter,
yeah.
He uploaded it. It's just an upload. It's not like a live thing. Just go to at Tucker Carlson.
Well, the issue I got to watch when the stream comes back because I don't want to lose that.
X and
on X, not Twitter.
Such
X.
a bad platform.
Right.
No, it's
Let's do it.
It's a 46-minute long clip. It's got I need to open up my Android device to find it to get you the actual video views, but the tweet impressions are at 75 million and it's been up for an hour. So it's going to be a big one for Tucker.
Wow.
Mr. President, joining us.
Thank you.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by 2.
I want to hear that again.
We gotta get through.
Yeah. Them are at 1 and 0 and 2.
What? No, why would you make me focus on that?
And I'm saying, I sit there for an
This
hour.
is better than
2
the
hours,
debates.
whatever
This
it's
is way
going to be,
better.
and, get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president. Should I be doing that? And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly. They were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. I mean, it's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. In 2016, I went through the same stuff.
No, Tucker is
and
not
had to fight them all the way, and then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one poll, I'm leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate. I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to.
All right, it's back.
Yeah, you don't even give a
Dang,
fuck
I wanted to
find
hear
out.
that, but yeah, take it back to the debate.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, I could not find the 70% poll that Pence was referring to.
Because it ain't real.
Yeah, I think he made it up.
They're making up things.
Yep. On China, Ukraine, immigration, education.
Wait, I love how much room Martha McCallum's name took up on the Chiron compared to Fred Bear. I've never seen that before.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020
I did everything right, and they
You all
indicted
signed a
me.
pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Oh,
What?
Ron.
Did you
So
see
no,
Ron?
DeSantis had to look at everyone.
This is
Yeah,
weird.
waited for a while to raise his hand. There.
That's what
They're looking
Is
at
that
everyone else.
weird?
And,
So nobody knew?
No, I'm doing this. Look,
it's a goddamn cult.
I'm doing this.
And I know you didn't.
No, what's the look?
He said he didn't raise
Here's
his
the
hand.
bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now, whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
Oh my God, it's here.
Yes, it's mixed.
And this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Going after the crowd. Classic mistake.
Classic heel maneuver in pro wrestling. He should know better.
I believe was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact.
It's a fact.
Honest to God,
Just don't vote for him
claim
this
that
time.
Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me take
No, I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor
You
Christie.
make me laugh because
Goes
you
both ways, brother.
sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer right
Oof.
You sit here today.
What?
Froze.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay, pause.
Ooh, ooh. This is bad.
Yeah.
So listen,
For Christie.
the more time we spend
Yeah.
doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk
These
about.
are your voters, dipshit.
So let's just get through
Yeah.
this section.
These are your viewers.
Governor Christie.
You sit
Moron.
here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not
It's
true.
very true. I read it,
Because
and
there's
I
a
know.
difference
Look,
between
I
bad
know.
behavior and illegal
By the way,
behavior.
Definitely
Chris,
didn't
and
read
you,
it.
as a prosecutor, should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot
There's
better.
a difference between
I
bad
know,
behavior.
I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Get your MSNBC contributor.
he said,
Lost the crowd. He's done.
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day,
There was a
the vice
guillotine
president
for
moved
him
forward with the
out on the
certification
Capitol.
of the election.
There was a noose for him.
So do you
A
believe
noose, right? Was it noose? I don't remember.
Yeah, it was a
Guillotine
noose. There was a
and
built-
all the
no, they
same.
built
The
a
point
noose.
is, point is they
Senator
wanted his
Scott,
head.
do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that,
That
no
was
one
Trump's-
has confidence in our justice system.
That's such a Trump appointee.
17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher
But that's not,
Wray,
but
you have
that's
to
not
shut down the FBI.
Mr.
Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
Is he really trying
That was
to?
the Martin.
Oh my God.
I heard it.
Yo, I heard
need
that.
to end the weaponization of these federal agencies.
Right, but
And I will do that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing. This election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you
As a
focus
torturer.
on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in
Vice
November
President Pence,
2024.
Did not answer the question.
Vice President Pence, what do you think, Vice President?
Is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more.
I actually do want to hear what they think
That's a
about
great
Mike
question.
Pence right now. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I want one.
Wow.
Okay.
Your
Mike
funeral.
did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing. Is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that.
we
And they
spent-
will win if we
Governor
let them get away
DeSantis,
with it. I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to run
I think we should hear whether or not they think Mike
Yeah.
Pence should have been killed on the steps of the Capitol. I want to know this.
By 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP
Oh,
primary.
Jesus.
Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution. And that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree with me.
I'm following the RNC rules, and that's going to make me really stand out.
Vice President Pence. All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in
it's like,
this
thanks,
party
man.
before we can move on to the issue
Maybe he doesn't
that
want his
Ron
praise, though.
talked about
Yeah.
is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay.
I think it'd be pretty funny if he didn't want Chris Christie to defend him. He
Yeah.
was like, I disagree with that man. I think I should have been killed on January 6th.
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing. And I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that way. Governor Bergen?
Hopefully she's not wrong.
Governor Bergen, opportunity.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just, you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
China!
We were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
answer on
You did say something. I thought we thought you were done, but you please.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment
Hold
that
on.
on day one you will pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage.
This guy's really fucking
bingo.
annoying.
The perfect troll. The perfect troll.
Nation forward and turn the page forward. That's exactly right.
Will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this corrupt.
What's the difference between you and me?
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer a question?
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may,
Vivek needs, oh my God.
it's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017.
DeSantis?
I
I
put
was
my
going to say
left hand on Ronald
2024.
Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand. And I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer, so help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American
Yeah,
people.
oh my God.
Did everyone
but I
just go,
also
ah?
made it to my Heavenly Father.
Oh God.
Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath.
You're kidding me right now.
And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped
So
that the
dramatic.
issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law, and President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no right to overturn the election, and Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
That didn't hit hard like he thought it would.
No, you did not.
To other issues.
Yeah.
The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We would
not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their job.
All right, Mr. Ramaswamy, but you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing that.
Would not
And I
support
think
more
we need
funding?
to do, and I think our support
What is he doing?
on them doing it. And I would have support in China to be able to take China.
Oh,
He's such a
fair weather.
troll.
Do what we need to do with
He's such a
China.
troll.
Mr.
Fair
Ramaswamy,
weather,
You
okay.
would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine.
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous. That we are protecting
Is this an
against an
anti-Ukraine
invasion across
sentiment?
somebody else's border when we should use
I
those
checked it
same
off.
military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America.
It's the Mexicans, that tells you.
Further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests
Because
of Americans
look like how
first
you look,
and
and you
secure
just
our
thought
own
it's
border
just
instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the
Being
names.
a
Governor
brown
Pence
person.
first.
All right, look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world,
This is not going to play well.
That is true.
Hold on. You were mentioned.
Governor Haley, we'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
That's a good line.
We've been
That'll
the
be
leader of the
clipped.
free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border. And frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just
So our
briefly
troops
address
aren't going to have
Pence.
to make that
Vice
fight.
President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
The real
USSR?
threat. You talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now
have
is
any
the
idea what
Yeah,
Vladimir
Jimmy
Putin's
Neutron
aims
had.
are?
You already spoke. Now I actually have something to say.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Now,
Vice
if
President
you think,
Pence,
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer. And the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30
Briefly
seconds.
respond. The real threat we face today is communist China. And we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China
Do any of them know what a
military
communist
alliance
is?
the single greatest threat
No.
we face. Nobody in either political party's talking about it. And I am the only non-neocon on this stage. But keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President,
is to give Russia
Mr. Vice
everything
President.
they've got.
Mr. Vice President.
Give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow
Mr. Vice President.
China
Yeah.
will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
And America
President.
needs to stand for freedom.
Okay, here we go.
I think we need to establish some ground rules
When
here,
we
folks.
hear this bell,
Yes.
that means your time's done.
You're done.
So, Mr. Vice President, we
You're
appreciate
establishing
your
that now,
aggressiveness here.
3/4 into
30
the
seconds
debate.
is 30 seconds.
Already
Mr.
disrespected
Ramaswamy,
it a
you
long time
mentioned you
ago.
get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign
I think
policy.
we gave you
Protect
more
this
than the 30
homeland.
seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the US. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
First of all, Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis, Governor
Nikki,
DeSantis,
I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
You know, I'm not on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon. And you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
Nikki. You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Come
on,
Nikki.
I'm going to address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
so the
you
reality
make America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
It
shows.
That was
good.
Wars we've gotten into. I have to address that. So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first
Bitch
term.
ass.
But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
That is
needs
the answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only
no, it's not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing
Stop the
fentanyl
Mexicans.
Stone cold
across the
dead.
border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone
Cold
dead.
dead.
we're actually going to
Wow,
move
right
on
there.
to China. We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Governor Burgum, China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a
War with China
president?
would be the stupidest fucking thing in the world.
Well, this is the #1 issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it. And we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there talking. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here.
He's
And what we
malfunctioning.
need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he greenlighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, I don't know. George Santos, maybe.
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona.
Everyone
about
loves
2
the
weeks
border.
ago. The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl. Plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200
No one blaming
people
Purdue Pharma for
on
that.
Our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence,
Is he still?
images from earlier this month. Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month, images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel. And that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed and Benjamon was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor
His
DeSantis.
eyes look like they're about to bleed blood.
So, as president,
Yeah.
would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the
Stone
border
Cold dead.
into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would
Do you support
that kind
invading
of
Mexico?
American
That's the
military
question.
Use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing.
Day one, invade Mexico.
The cartels
Amazing.
are killing tens of thousands
And start a war there.
of our fellow citizens.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as commander-in-chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took
Is she an abortion
one
survivor?
Percocet.
No, that's Penny.
It was laced with fentanyl.
Oh, sorry, Penny. Poor Penny.
Penny.
That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence.
Day one, invade Mexico. Hell of a
You're
promise.
darn right.
Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look,
Penny in a pen.
we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And AC, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States.
At least he said
Okay,
partner.
thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens.
No, they make the fentanyl in China.
Are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in
It's
our
not the Chinese government doing
China
it.
And to try to straighten that relationship out.
It's
Because if we
fentanyl
don't,
producers in
we're gonna
China.
lose more and more of our
I
citizens.
just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education, as millions of American children are not proficient in reading or math. After this.
Oh boy.
Homeschooling. Yeah.
That's gonna be a doozy. DeSantis is that's his whole thing, right?
Yeah.
I gotta say, this has been,
really terrible.
It's everything that we know. Like it's exactly who each of them are. At least the ones we know. Looking at you, Asa Hutchinson, and blah, 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 whatever. You're the $20 gift card guy. But I mean, you're a Republican, so I mean, obviously. But this is exactly who they are that we know. And on top of that, their performances. I mean, there's a few standouts. Like obviously. Vivek is going out of his way to make himself obvious and known. I think actually, oddly enough, surprisingly, just from like performance-wise, I guess, because obviously I wouldn't agree with any of these people, but performance-wise, Mike Pence is actually like surprisingly pulling off
surprisingly holding it. Yeah.
I think Haley too.
I mean, Nikki Haley,
she's been all right.
Nikki Haley.
My expectations were so low for her.
Nikki Haley's just coming in with moments, though. Mike Pence has been surprisingly relevant throughout the whole debate, right? Like he's gotten himself
attacked a few times.
Ron DeSantis is just like slinking away in the background there, which is amazing. I mean, I guess
he's really boring. I didn't.
Yeah. Not only is he boring, he's not assertive. He's not putting himself in there. He's not.
Well, hey, now he is going to invade Mexico. Come on, day one, he's going to get into Mexico and destroy the fentanyl. That's day one promise. Yeah, you're darn right.
You mother. Right. You're darn right. We don't need Trump would have been saying, y'all right. This is what's gonna be like. We coming in there with shooters. I got shooters behind me. Everybody dying. Okay. Kids dying. Everybody is dying. And then we're gonna build a wall with their blood.
I'm voting for Rebecca. I don't know about anyone else right now.
I think Nikki Haley, though, is actually, to me, look, is it because I'm a woman? But no, I think Nikki Haley is actually she's better than what I thought it was going to be. I thought she was going to be the one to slip into the background. And I think she's trying to appeal to the women, because we know, honey, okay, that these white women be having abortions too. And these when women on the right, they have abortions. We understand and we know this. They may have access to it quicker than other people, you know, so they can keep it quiet. But they be having abortions, okay? And these side chicks for these congressmen and them, they be having abortions. These state senators, they be having abortions, okay? So I think that she's speaking to the women, and I think the modern, so the 2023 Republican woman is listening to that. They have, I think I think that is going to be something really important. It's not going to just be barefoot and pregnant, having kids in the back of the truck, you know, because we've heard those testimonies from the right, from women on the right. But this is going to be more so of the stronger women taking charge of their own bodies, but also still representing it. She said it, but she said it in a way where y'all shouldn't have this conversation about us. We should have this conversation. And you know that's what they love to hear. They love to be identified as women, and they like to be, you know, spoken to. I think that's going to appeal to the women on the right. Is that going to do anything for her? I don't think so. This is America. It's going to be it's not going to be her. But I think this will help push her. So.
I got a different audio booster, so let's see if this works. I'm not sure if it does.
Whoa, your audio's boosted. You got your mic was like, whoo.
Yeah, I was like, I think it boosted your mic.
Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix
is he doing that
crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida,
that's ironic.
Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure,
unless they're gay
what
or trans,
are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated
it was never a part of K through 12
ideology from our K through 12 schools, and we have elevated the importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott. You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
Yes.
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level.
It's going to be what, like $14 a parent?
And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is,
everyone in that crowd would fail. They're cheering for something they fail.
I didn't grow up in money, but you know the word privilege gets used a lot. Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness.
What?
And I think that goes hand in glove
This is
with the
wild.
education crisis as well, because we have to remember
Straight up
education
racism.
starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
Ben.
Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports
Here we
is
go.
a women's issue of our time.
Yep.
You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by states. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as you know, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that, and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
We're going to start the lightning round, and the first question is going to go to you, Vice President. So this is a lightning round of questions, 30-second answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Brutal.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and but,
yeah, Bender, you're not wrong. He's somehow doing really well.
The American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress works,
right.
how
The porridge
White House
president.
Works, how states work, how this education issue, Martha. I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America, and we'll give school choice to every family in America when I'm in the White House.
This is a lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test for public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question to you, Governor.
In a presidential election.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds, quick answer. You guys have to get control of this. Everybody's going to get a chance to get
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have to.
What?
Dad joke. That's a dad joke.
30 seconds
So
on the
cringe.
same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you
47th in education.
As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir.
The 1990 solution in computer science.
We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight.
Finally rolled back
So
over
is
the
there
stat.
a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Well, our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest
softball
nation on
question.
God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine.
You don't go by
Our
that.
responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow.
And
On
you don't.
education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the
Oh my God.
doorhouse of our
Those
kids.
greedy
Locking
unions.
them into
Fat
federal
cat
schools
teachers.
And locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As
Goodbye,
President
Dave.
Governor DeSantis,
Aggressive.
would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. U.S. Navy SEALs,
torture
in places
fetish.
like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's something that I think has taught me. You know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world, and this is for you, Governor Christie. Do you
the
believe
fun
that
round.
the recent spike in UFO encounters?
Oh my God.
Oh God.
Nice.
UFO
Nice.
question
Get to the issues that matter.
But okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that, you know, there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible
Look,
encounters?
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low
UFOs, y'all.
popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing arguments. Plus, right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with reaction from all the candidates as soon as they step on the stage. We'll be back.
A picture of Hannity.
It was his pan right
Do you
there.
trust our government and where the economy is heading? Does the
Wow. So this is torturous. And the immigration segment was basically who can be the biggest fascist. And they all win. They all win.
Yeah, no question. It's really interesting that Ramaswamy is basically tapping into so many like online talking points. Like a lot of what I see, if you watch like the alt-right or like the neo-reactionaries or like even online pundits, he's saying the same things. Like he's the only one on stage repeating their talking points. That's like I don't know if that's going to play really well, but that's a sign of things to come.
He started strong and then he ended because he's doing exactly what you're saying, Lance. I think that people are starting to pick up on that. You started strong with that and it seemed like, okay. And he, being Vivek, he started super strong and it was like, okay, something nice. And as we start to watch, it was immediate. It was an immediate decline. After the commercial break, he had nothing. And it was more so he was utilizing talking points that he has online. And it was giving theatrics. What we saw Tim Scott try to reach in his pocket and go right into the ancestry and pull out MLK's voice for that last second. That's what I'm seeing with Vivek.
That's what that was.
He's giving me right now a lot of theatrics, and I think that's going to be the something that it's hurting him now. And I think if he continues on like that, it's going to be something that actually hurts him. And then for him to say, young or old, black or white, you ain't near one of them. I know they have to like gravitate towards being white, and it's not working out because a lot of people who he is trying to reach out to and appeal to think that, and I'm not just saying it to say this, they look at him and the ignorance in them, because a lot of the people that we know that are in that audience, I can just say that are super ignorant. They're listening to these talking points that aren't true, but they look at him and think that he's the cause of 9/11.
Oh, you know what? I also think that he is playing around with he tries to. Vivek is not going to go very far because he has a problem of religion, and while I don't have any problem with his religion, that audience is not going to support him because he is not an evangelical. He's not a Christian at all, and so that's like laying in wait for him, which is kind of funny in regards to like how he came out so brash and so confident and so bold to the point of arrogance. And I think he overplayed his confidence. I think part of the reason he lost some of the audience is because he just kept interrupting everybody. And then Nikki Haley got on his ass and he stopped interrupting people because she cut him off. So I think he had they really had their way with him. But overall, I'm just sitting here completely and totally, I guess, flabbergasted at just how completely backwards and ignorant the most powerful people in this country really are, and we have to sit here and endure and survive it. So I don't. This is a loss for America, for humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what's really been proposed as far as policies? I've heard Ron DeSantis say day one he's going to take out fentanyl operations in Mexico with like what sounded like an invasion. That's one. Abolish the Department of Education. That's like the other proposed measure.
I thought that was
Yeah. I mean, the only one who's proposing like changes is Vivek, but he wants a Reagan revolution, which is what we've already seen, and we're still in that Reagan paradigm, arguably, where both parties are neoliberal. So what is he talking about? And one thing that I've noticed about him is that he is smart, that he kind of knows his lane, right? I think that he's playing to the podcasters, the Tim Pools, the right-wingers who have large platforms to maybe bolster him. But in terms of like, how can he connect with people on the ground? I don't see it. Like he's kind of like either the Pete Buttigieg of this race or like the Andrew Yang, where you could cultivate a really large online following, but I don't think that that's going to translate into actual votes. Because I mean, and again, all of this might be moot because Trump is leading, as he said, by like 50, 40 points.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I feel like All of this just seems like, does any of this matter?
Performative?
Actually, the biggest question for me is, will any of this matter? Will
These are like
like
D-listers what we're watching right now.
is this gonna hurt Trump at all?
This is vice president
Yeah.
auditions. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I can see there being changes in like second, third, fourth place, but is Trump gonna lose support? That like I don't know.
Trump
if that's gonna
literally
happen.
had his
Not after
own.
tonight. No.
This is
Yeah.
crazy. He
VP
knew
debate.
that it wasn't going to do anything for him, so he went and had his own star moment as usual.
Trump might go up in the polls after this crap show
Because-
that we're watching tonight.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Honestly,
True.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
It looks pretty nice there.
Nobody can
20 years
outpopulate
ago,
Apprentice, yeah.
Trump
70% of American
on
adults
the right
said they
quote
were
unquote
extremely
populace, that is.
proud to be an American. That number has now plummeted to just 39%.
That lower third is crazy.
In his pitch to
Base.
get to the
Base.
Oval Office,
Yeah.
President
Very
Reagan
base.
called America the shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope and optimism.
So in your closing statement tonight, please tell American
here we go.
voters why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
Who?
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was freshman in high school. My mom, widow of three, went back to work.
In 1700.
Every job I had growing up
It doesn't give
was one where I took a shower at the end of the
sentimental.
day, not at the beginning of the day.
Hey, my dad's dead, guys.
Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you
They
can see
said,
that
"Hang it
this
up,
great
sir."
country, our future is
Yeah.
unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not
Back to not
regulation.
knowing who you
They
are.
said- he
Cut the
said
red tape.
Battlefield,
We got to
North
drive
Dakota.
ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
Well,
Governor
we hope you're
Hutchinson,
back on your horse soon, Governor.
You see,
He looks like a great horned owl.
Our nation is in trouble.
I don't even know what
It
that
is in
looks like,
trouble
but
because of
good guy,
failed
I Google
leadership.
it.
And the solution is not
Yeah, do
4
it.
more
It's worth
years
it.
of Joseph Biden. The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's number one responsibility.
His
is
solution to
bring out
education
the
was
best
computers.
of
It's like,
our people.
I'm going to
That's
put
what
computers in
Ronald
the
Reagan
classroom.
did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I had the good fortune of a mom who worked 16-hour days, making sure we had food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men.
What?
What is this?
What the
Those,
fuck?
if you're in Iowa,
What if you don't
I'm
want to play
asking
sports?
Men.
you can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a
I
contribution.
don't want to wrestle.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten a Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten the Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation
flexing
down.
about an
We
invasion?
will put transparency in the classroom.
How old is she?
We will secure our borders. We will
Yeah,
have
why
the
is he still
backs of our
serving?
law enforcement,
Yeah, look,
and
I
we
need
will
to
make
know,
sure
she
we
got a
have
young man?
strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and
Yeah,
proud.
she dropped him
We
off.
have a country to save.
Yeah, dropped him off.
Go to NikkiHaley.com.
Have a good day at
Let's
school,
get it.
honey.
Vice President Pence.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties, and the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people, the good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done.
He doesn't
with
care about
America
that
yet.
battle.
And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores, I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy.
He's so OG political. That's going to help him a lot.
1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are 2 genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children.
Alex
The
Jones
nuclear
called him
family
Alex
is the
Jones
greatest
2.0.
form of governance
Right.
known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history.
He rehearsed
That
that.
is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me
A lot of
introduce myself
slogans.
tonight.
I was waiting for, and vaccines killed millions of Americans.
Right. Yeah.
This cycle.
Oh God.
Oh God, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Governor?
Go.
This is our time for
Oh, he
choosing.
didn't know, y'all.
We will send Joe Biden back to his
So
basement
weird.
and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American
Did they all
dream,
come from
and
poverty?
I know how
Everyone?
that slipped away
No.
from so many millions of Americans.
Tim
will
Scott,
restore it.
maybe.
I'm a veteran
Like,
who served in
how?
Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
No, what is presidential? We had Donald Trump as president, so I don't even know.
All the candidates on the stage tonight, and thank you to Milwaukee.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the campaign
Wow.
trail from debates to primaries to the general election and the conventions before that. Thanks for joining us. Sean Hannity from the Spin Room starts right
So,
now.
Take it away, Sean.
so funny. They let DeSantis go last, and he was the flattest, the
Oh my God,
least
like
Yeah.
excited.
he's
Negative
there's
energy.
no carbonation there. There's no fizzle.
Yeah, no
there's
shit.
no pop.
Yeah.
There's nothing. He's
Riz.
boring. I didn't think that.
Negative
I didn't
Negative
think
Riz.
that.
Negative Riz.
Negative Riz.
Yeah. In Florida, he's like God for those people right now. For him and Trump, because you can still drive by and they still out there with the trucks with Trump on the side. But they were calling it like the DeSantis County, all that other stuff in different areas, and he was just so celebrity over there because of the extreme things that he's been doing to challenge racism and education and the story of how America was founded and reimagining slaves and their lives. That whole thing. They're like, if he can do that, he can do anything. But he is not. Okay, so you sold us a story because I thought you was gonna come with a little bit more of je ne sais quoi
He had
on the
none
stage.
of
He gave
that.
us nothing.
No.
He doesn't know how.
He started off really. He started off really hyped.
Yeah, he tried at the beginning.
Loud, angry.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God! And
Commanding.
then by midway through, he was done.
He burned out.
All them people that started off strong ended up just we don't remember.
Yeah,
them.
they flamed out.
That's
I like how
feel.
DeSantis.
I felt like I came into this hot and ready to go, and then I would say like an hour into it, I was just
we have nothing to talk about, really.
Yeah.
But see, we have a reason to be depressed. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. No, you're right. Real quick, by the way, we still have 12,000 concurrent viewers across 9 different channels. The next debate is September 27th, so subscribe wherever you're watching if you want more of that. Just had to put that out there really quick.
There you go.
That's
more of us,
not
more
people.
Not more of these debates.
If we can still stream it, because I feel like mentally it might not be good for me. I will try. I'm sure I'll talk about it in some way, shape, or form. But I feel like that was just not good. That was
not even the bingo was satisfying to me because I'm like,
right.
They really talked about everything on here.
Yeah,
they
need Trump. Exactly.
Could we talk about how interesting it was though to see like the Pence dynamic? I didn't think they'd actually do that moment where Pence is like half being called out, Chris Christie's like half supporting him, and like you almost had that moment where they were going to be like, "Did you think I did the right thing? Like, did I do good? Everybody, did Pence do good? Did I officiate?"
Mike Pence is the only guy who came out of this looking better than he did coming in my opinion. I think people had very low, sort of, Vivek. How they saw him. No, I think Vivek destroyed himself. I felt like he was building momentum as like the outsider candidate, and he came off as so fucking smarmy. Exactly the type of person that the Republican base hates. This young. Ivy League tech bro who comes into this thinking he's hot shit. He came off so fucking bad. So bad. I would not be shocked if he tanks. If he's the first person to tank completely and is gone.
Wow.
See, I think that's certainly possible.
About that, Matt.
Yeah,
I think that's all he had to.
Matt hates the tech bros the most. That's why.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's his jam.
All he had to do was not sound like an annoying, a conceited.
He's always sounded that way though. Like this isn't. Debate for me was just like, yes, this is more of the guy.
He sounds like Reddit. He's Reddit personified. That's
but most people are just used to him in those sound bites that he's been able to spread by going on like Fox News and whatever TV show, and they give him like the 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, I think people caught another glimpse of him on CNN this past week because if you were looking, I think he started to tank in a little bit among people after that CNN interview. Most of the Republican base probably does not question whether the FBI or the CIA or whatever had some sort of role in 9/11 and they weren't on the planes because they knew it was going to happen or some shit. I mean, he's out there on CNN talking about that. I mean, it's just,
and denying it.
He is so online. Like, this is the exact problem
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis had, but Ron DeSantis is not an online guy who had online people in his campaign trying to make his campaign that. So he wasn't in full throttle. Vivek actually is the online guy. He's the guy who thinks the Republican base is Alex Jones, and he went out there and said that the American people want a revolution. I mean, listen, I love Bernie Sanders, and he was very explicit about it being a political revolution, but people were not taking both words together when he was running, and I do think for mainstream America, they do not want a revolution. I mean, it sucks, yeah. I mean, I guess for young people who want like a complete like change in it, but most people don't want they don't associate the word revolution with something cool like we do. You know what I mean?
Especially when a fascist says it, right? Like if you're espousing these fascist talking points and you say revolution, that just hits differently. I'm sorry.
Right. This guy came off just like I said, like a smarmy, conceited, like know-it-all tech bro. Yeah.
There's a caveat to that, though, Matt. I think that you're probably right. I think that this was make or break. I don't know that he did as poorly among the base as you say, and this is because I think that
He'll do great on the internet.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And also, I think that Republicans, especially the ones who are hyper online, they like this intellectual sounding conservative. Like he gives me Ben Shapiro vibes in a way. And if there's if there's a thirst for that among the GOP base, then maybe he could succeed. But ultimately, I think that he got his name out there, and now he's either going to go up or down pretty sharply, I think. I feel like, for me, ultimately, this was... This all just kind of feels like a wash. Like, I don't think that there's any real prevailing winner or loser because,
Maybe
again...
Trump. Maybe Trump.
Maybe, because, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Trump is still the leader, and these are all people who... I mean, no one is even close to Donald Trump. It's not even close. Like if you add all of them together, I don't even think that they.
And that's the crazy part about it, because for these people to say that Donald Trump isn't even in the in the lead or he's not. No, see, what's crazy was that there was a time long ago when people were when Ron DeSantis was actually somebody who can go up against Donald Trump, what it looked like in that short 15 seconds of fame.
And then he officially announced.
And yeah.
That's right.
It was all downhill from there.
Yeah.
Folks, I honestly, I'm going to bow out because this was a whole night of just depression for me to see these people, of this country, the state of humanity on that stage. I'm going to bow out and go meditate somewhere for a couple of hours, recenter myself, because I don't even know if I can do another debate, not because it was boring, but they really are showing how much we're going towards fascism and how quickly we're going towards fascism. And they're just applauding it on the biggest network in the country. It's really bad news. I think everybody lost tonight. Nobody won. Well, Trump won. Trump won the debate. Yeah, humanity lost the debate, and that's it. So thanks for having me, folks. This was totally
absolutely.
It was awesome. It was
great
cool.
having you on.
Yeah, always nice having you. Yeah. I mean, on that note, the immigration portion was so shocking. I mean, it wasn't shocking to me after the Trump era, but like think back to the media response when Donald Trump in 2015 said we have to deport all immigrants. Now they're all saying it. I mean, look at how he shifted the Overton window. That's really scary.
Yeah. It felt a lot like a VP audition, like the Apprentice for vice presidents. Like who's he gonna pick now? Who talks the least amount of shit? And that definitely wouldn't be Chris Christie. I thought Chris Christie was the only one who actually went hard on Trump, surprisingly, and got booed for it. People don't.
Not
really
surprisingly.
Like that.
That's all Chris Christie's whole
yeah,
shit.
true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't. If I had to pick a winner, I would probably say it was either Mike Pence or Nikki Haley, with Vivek coming in like third. But I think they're kind of just like at the top. And the losers were definitely like the Asa Hutchinson, what is his name? Doug Burgum. It's weird that Tim Scott got less talking time than Doug Burgum. Like Tim Scott is way more well known.
They don't like him.
Burgum.
Now y'all know.
Yeah, clearly.
I just forgot he was there.
Right. They asked him if he they asked him if he bought and was he bought
and sold.
or whatever. That's the
you bought and sold, sir.
That's the only black Guys,
Yeah, that was
Right.
pretty wild.
Yeah.
That was pretty.
But-
Yeah,
That
I
was
mean
crazy.
they were giving everyone, like you said, Asa Hutchinson, Berg, whatever his name is, questions and everything. It was basically like all 7 of you on stage. Again, there was 8, but they're not talking about Tim Scott. All 7 of you on stage. Give me your thoughts on Ukraine. Okay, now your thoughts on China. Now your thoughts on Oliver Anthony, the Billboard guy. Now we got to bring up welfare. Tim Scott, can we go to?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
And then-
True.
Every
Right.
time Tim Scott spoke, right, he would be like, they would ask him the question. He would be like, so, ding. Oh my
Yeah.
They treated that man poorly. I hated to see it, but just like Ben, I gotta head out. I gotta be at work tomorrow. So I would love to chit chat about things that we've chit chat about, that we talked about on all of our platforms yesterday, the day before, because we could have definitely called this. Like, I thought it was going to give something a little more. It started out a little juicy, right? We were a little excited, and then it was just trash. Cancel the show, get it off air. That's what it was giving. But love you guys, mean it, and we'll talk tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. Sounds
See you
good to you.
tomorrow.
I got to agree with one thing that Rebecca was saying about how Trump is a quote messy bitch. I don't think he's going to pick any of them for VP. Like, that would be the Trumpiest thing ever. None of them get to be VP. You know,
He's
yeah.
got,
be wrong.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why go anywhere else?
Right.
True.
Yeah.
Anyone want to watch the Trump Tucker interview?
Oh no, I
God, no.
You guys can do that. I
don't wanna watch it.
Next couple minutes.
Yeah. I don't want to watch it live. We do have some super chats. I don't know if we want to address this tomorrow on.
Yeah, let's read the super chats tomorrow during our usual super chat.
Yeah.
Also, it forces
Yeah.
people who dropped a super chat to come watch tomorrow. Haha.
A lot of them are just
Yeah.
like, the guy stop talking. This is like a lot of
Really?
The microphones are terrible.
Why do you come to the
Your mic
commentary
levels.
channel watching the debate if you don't want to hear anyone talk? Just go watch fucking Fox News or Rumble. Like what? It's just so bizarre to me. Dave,
To be
Packer, by
fair,
the
the
way.
audio was scuffed. It was like all
Yeah.
over the place at first.
Yeah, I gotta maybe I'll email StreamYard to see if they can think about investing into research to add some audio options to
Technology.
these like every other place has it. Why can't this happen? But I was gonna say David Pakman got like 250,000 live viewers.
Wow.
I checked during the stream and I was like,
Holy
what the
shit, good for him.
and I noticed
insane.
Brian Tyler Cohen, he was like cut halfway through this. Like he stopped streaming for whatever reason. So I think all of his viewers like went to Pac-Man, and it was just like
Oh, wow.
he got
I
about
thought-
as many as Rumble had on Rumble.
Holy
is nuts.
shit. I thought we were
That's
killing it
wild.
with 17,000 at one point.
I know. I was like, oh, this is cool. We
Yeah.
got ourselves a little stadium right now, Better watch what I
Right.
say.
A lot of
Yeah.
Republicans, by the way, in the comments, like bitching and complaining. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that. I
Not
noticed in all of your chats, every one of you would have random Republicans drop in there and be like, panel sucks. Oh, all these
Yeah.
NPCs.
Well, we were pretty, we obviously interrupted with commentary, but we weren't like constantly talking over them. So
yeah,
we
it wasn't
tuned
even
in
that.
to, like,
No, I
yeah.
thought we did pretty. Yeah, we did good.
For
I
a
think.
commentary
We were
channel, like when
professional.
you're watching somebody watch
Yeah.
a debate, usually they don't shut the fuck up. I feel like we did, right?
Mhm.
We did okay, folks. I think
Nobody
we
was.
did.
Didn't matter at that point. We just talk over him, but
I
everyone
mean,
else.
but also the whole point of us doing the stream is to do commentary, because otherwise, I mean,
then we're just-
we can't do the stream.
and this is not fair
fancy.
use at that point.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Well, let's talk more about how great we are.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
Well-
I just honestly
Got a lot to say there.
I do think that the surprising thing from the debate for me is really that I think Mike Pence I felt like he went in with the everyone obviously
Surprising.
yeah, not caring about him or thinking the Republican base would
written
have
him
no
off.
interest in him whatsoever. And he sort of came out of this, I think, looking better than some of these other people. I mean, I think Nikki Haley and Mike Pence probably will see some sort of maybe little bump of nothing in, but Vivek, Christie, Ron DeSantis, ooh.
He was
now-
the loser, actually.
I think he was.
lost.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he
Really
needed to.
bad.
He needed to come
and
out
he's already
swinging.
losing.
Yeah, this was not good. This was kind of make or break for him, and he needed.
I
to
thought,
prove
like you
that
said,
has
he came out so.
policy.
Yeah,
No, go
he
ahead.
came out so strong. He came out so strong at the very start, and I thought that was going to be the tempo for the whole thing. I don't know what happened in the middle there, because all of a sudden it was just like there was two Rons. You know, we got the energetic Ron, the kind of like the torturing Ron, the Ron who did the Guantanamo shit, and then we got the other Ron, the kind of like the pudding Ron at the end.
Low
Like, that was
energy.
kind of like, oh. Yeah, low energy, covered in pudding. You know, just wanting a blanket. That was wild.
I pointed this out earlier, but it's so weird to me how he's probably internalizing the criticism that he sees about him not having a personality. So the way that he responds to that is to just talk louder because that gives him personality. You know, in Florida we did it. Like, holy shit!
Yeah,
is that all that
that's
you?
basically what he did.
Yeah.
He tried to invent his personality by speaking more assertive, I guess. That was
in lieu.
I mean,
of
at the beginning, I'm like,
personality,
oh,
that
this is
volume.
this. At the beginning, it kind of worked on me. I'm like, this is a new Ron DeSantis, and then he couldn't keep it up.
A louder one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that I think that Ron DeSantis and Vivek, they had too much makeup on. Mike Pence too. They've got to rein it in a little bit. Okay, you look. We know that like they're already robots, but you look too robotic with all of the makeup on. So rein it in, fellas. Okay, don't go with the Asa Hutchinson look where you look like you're half dead. Put on a little bit of like concealer, foundation or whatever. But yeah, Ron DeSantis, he just the makeup made him look more robotic, I think. Yeah, but they're all robots.
So did whatever he was doing to his face for that like last segment. You know, they just kept camera. He's like, I was like, God damn, talk, say something. That's so creepy.
That was the bingo. The Ron DeSantis makes a weird face. I crossed it off.
I'm not sure who this is for, but I want to read this because I think it's a good point. Someone with editing skills, please clip Vivek saying every American should pass a civics test, and then saying the U.S. Constitution won us the revolution, and then add the dates the war was won and the Constitution was written. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I think I noticed that. Where is it? I gotta find that.
I mean,
I'll clip it.
You could clip that. You could clip Vivek saying that, and then post any Republican saying anything after that. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, America should pass the civics test, and then post all the candidates saying something dumb at one point, because that was everything. Everything they said was ridiculous. So it's so easy to just show the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
fun stuff.
Yeah.
Well, should we save some for tomorrow?
Yeah. We still have just under 7,000 people watching. So I don't know. What do you want to do?
Make sure you sub.
Yeah,
everybody subscribes.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just got rated over on Twitch by the Western Kabuki podcast, it seems. They were doing a live thing on Twitch. That's Juniper's podcast.
I didn't even know they had a Twitch stream. That's cool. Yeah, Western
a bunch of
Kabuki's
people wishing me
a great
happy
podcast.
birthday from that stream, by the way. I thank you guys.
Very nice.
And gals and everyone. I really appreciate it.
Everyone, it's Matt's birthday.
Yeah,
I spent my birthday sitting here watching the worst debate I think I've ever watched.
Yeah. I think that what you said, Matt, was hit the nail on the head. These debates need Donald Trump. They're just there isn't enough fireworks that were there. It was like too like I don't know.
It can't offset the dumb shit we hear. That's the problem. Like, there isn't enough fireworks for all the crap we have to hear.
That's the point of these debates, right? I mean, like, listen, we could pretend that this is all about, the things that matter, policy. No, the debates are not about that. The debates are literally TV performances. I mean, that's why they're up there just reciting their prepared statements and speeches and talking points. I mean, Vivek mentioned that at one point, but that's a prepared line from him. His whole shtick is that, I got to constantly present myself as not
Pence
being.
called him out.
Yeah, I mean, these aren't. This isn't about the issues. This is about who can appeal to their base in their to the base with their performance. And I think, the front runner who was on the stage, DeSantis, did not perform well. Vivek overperformed to the point where he was unlikable. I think Pence surprised. Again, I hate saying this. I mean, I'm not saying he was good. I'm just saying I expected the crowd to eat him alive.
He outperformed your expectations. Not that he was good. Yeah.
Exactly.
And he navigated the
That's
Trump stuff well. I think better than Christie, because he tried to talk about this in a very delicate way that didn't just like antagonize the crowd. Whereas with Christie, he kept getting the boos, and then he leaned into the boos, which you don't like. You want to, because even if it's just that crowd of people there, the audience at home is going to feel that too, right? So I think that Pence handled that well. Having said that, though, I think that Pence surprised me. Like he did better than my expectations, but my expectations were like beneath the floor.
There's no expectation.
I was expecting them to roll out the guillotine right there on the debate stage and try again.
The gallows?
The gallows. I keep saying guillotine. It's the gallows. You're right.
It was a gallows. It was definitely a gallows.
Yeah, right.
I want to know what happened to Penny, the abortion survivor who survived multiple abortion attempts and then apparently was saved because her grandmother carried her off a dish. And that's the story. Like, you know how every candidate at these debates has human interest stories? There's always like, oh, I know Joe the builder. I know Martha the plumber. All those kind of things. You know Penny the abortion survivor. That was Ron DeSantis's human interest story. Like, this is so weird.
That whole segment, I just began tuning it out because it was just so like great. Like, it was just so completely insane. Everything they were saying, all the bullshit lines, abortion up to like the day of birth. Like, we're talking about extreme medical procedures. Like, no one carries a fetus for 9 months, and on the day that they're about to give birth, you know what? I don't want it anymore. Like, that's not a fucking thing. Like, we're talking about people that need it for other reasons, but
I just have an image of Penny in my head, like as a fetus, and she remembers this, which is why she's so traumatized. She's like dodging the coat hanger. She's like, "Whoa!" Oh my God. It's like the way that he talked about it. It's like, I'm sorry, but you're in a like that's such a weird
survive
way.
3 terms in Iraq or survive 3 abortion attempts. Those are their two.
It's so strange, and he didn't think that would come off bizarrely. Right, like there are better ways.
He always does that.
Talk about this, yeah.
He always goes to the weirdest, most morose thing. Like, I saw him giving an interview. They were talking to him, and all of a sudden he starts talking about how like they're gonna drown in the blood of something. I was like, why are you talking this way? You go to the weirdest, darkest version of something. Like, someone asked you what's your favorite cloud. He's
the man is a sociopath. I think that he actually is like. He's not able to realize that like the normal human folk, they wouldn't find that story compelling even if they agree with him, right? Like nobody believes that Penny is still reeling from that time she almost got aborted. How old is Penny, right? I mean, you remember when you were fucking fetus Penny? I'd like to talk to Penny. Okay,
I don't know. Someone in chat is saying an important point, though. Are you guys going to talk about how they're going after teachers' unions? Yeah, we should. That was weird. I like that. That was basically on the question of education.
That's not new.
True. Yeah,
they are. They're anti-union generally.
They're just more, right? Where they're saying, I mean, this whole school choice, for those who don't know, this is just code for, they want to destroy public education in favor of private education and to go after teachers' unions. I mean, they're. Again, this has always been their stance, but the difference, like the 2023 version of the GOP, is a lot different than like the GOP from 10 years ago because they don't use the double speak as much anymore. They kind of just come out and say what they want, right? Like, yeah, we're going to destroy teachers' unions. Yeah, we're going to shoot people at the border. What the fuck are you going to do about it? And the base claps like seals. They love this shit, right? Because this is fundamentally a fascist party. So they don't have to like kind of like tap dance around these issues. They could just say, yeah, we support the worst version of the most cruelest version of a policy for everything imaginable. And it's fine. It doesn't lose them support, unfortunately, which is why they do it. But yeah,
on that question, I didn't hear a single answer that made any sense practically. It was like, we're either going to abolish the Department of Education, we're going to get rid of all the teachers' unions. That's where we need to start. There, I was like, and then what? What's like? I think Scott was the only person who was like, we're going to fire them and then put them and rehire border rangers. No, sorry, that was the IRS. We're going to fire every IRS agent and put them down at the border, which also just nonsense. Is this a one-to-one? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There wasn't a single practical, here's how I can improve your lives answer that entire time.
Right. Yeah. It's just, and again, this is what we expect from the GOP debates. The best thing that I always hope to get out of the GOP debates is like really funny moments, like some boomer moments, and just like them attacking each other. But without Trump, the magic is gone. Like I remember watching the 2016 debates of Donald Trump, just like screaming at the TV. It was so exciting to see him go after low energy Jeb Bush and call out the Republican Party for the Iraq
Little
War.
Rubio.
Yeah, little Rubio, but like nobody else can recapture that magic. Yeah, no, like Vivek can't recapture the magic. Nobody can recapture the magic like Trump can.
And this is why Trump's so popular. Like this is why he's so popular, because he's a right-wing comedian. Like he is hilarious if you can ignore that he's a piece of shit. Like he's a funny,
absolute monster.
He's a funny individual. Yeah, but the way he carries himself, the way he talks about, the way he attacks people, the way he talks about himself sometimes, like he's a funny person. So like he was really missed in that debate because there wasn't enough, as we said earlier, there's not enough of the I don't know, the fireworks to really take over just how much fucking sludge we had to listen to the entire time. Just the same rehashed right-wing talking points that we've all done videos on, all debunked 1,000 times over the past 8 whatever years. Like it's hearing that same shit condensed down to 2 hours is just my mind.
It's
my mind is
no, it's
done.
so draining. Like you hear the establishment NPCs go after the fucking, or no, I should say you hear the populist NPC go after the establishment NPCs with his NPC talking points, the right-wing populist talking points. And yeah, it's all a shtick. I just, none of it is real. They're all liars. Like I said that I tried to look up that 70% number that Mike Pence threw around. I'm pretty sure he just made it up. Yeah, where 70% of Americans support abortion bans after 15 weeks. Like what?
What about the other stat that was like 70,000 Americans have died from the Mexican border from fentanyl alone? Like, is he just putting overdose deaths? Is he attributing like the opioid crisis to the Mexican border exclusively as like the sole cause of that?
Yeah, like what do they mean? It can mean like because they're so disingenuous. Even if it starts with a kernel of truth, like how they get to their answer, just I don't know. They're liars, so I assume everything that they're saying is incorrect, and then I look it up later. But
you know what was haunting was the fact that like they had an actual kid go on camera to talk about, hey, you know what's actually really concerning, and this was even on the Fox News debate on the right. We all care about climate change, to find out what their answers were, and then they were like, raise your hand if you think like there's actually human-made climate change, and like one person shyly went like this and then went back down, and that was it. Otherwise, there was like not a single hand.
That was the most surprising part of the debate for me, was that there was any question at all, and that the topic was actually kind of taken seriously. Like there was like a young kid being like, this is a real issue. Out of anything, I was the most shocked by that, because that's the first time I've ever seen, but whether it's even Fox News, but like the party generally really acknowledge climate change and that it's a problem. And then you have every candidate, just talk around the problem. But they listed start with an actual real question.
You're right. She went through a whole bunch of things. She's like, in California, we have both the floods and the wildfires. We have this Maui burnt to the ground. Like I'm like, you are directly attributing things, or at least the question is framing it that you attribute this to climate change. That was the first time I've seen that in a Republican debate, maybe ever. I think
maybe one of the Fox News executive houses got like burned down in a fire or something. Now they're changing strategy. Like what prompted this acknowledgement of climate change?
And ironically, Vivek, the youngest person on stage, who kind of touts him being younger, had the worst answer. He's like, "Oh, I'm the only one who will say it's a hoax." I mean, that shit is going to play really well with the GOP crowd, but not in a general election.
I mean, he hates young people, though. One of his major things is he doesn't want people under the age of 25 to be able to vote. I mean,
that'll be very popular in a general election, I tell you.
The dude basically
he has to overcompensate for his age.
Right. I mean, he wants the boomers to know that he is an acceptable young person, the only acceptable young person.
Because he hates young people.
Yeah, he hates young. He wishes he was a boomer. He wishes he was in the 70s.
Yeah. The greatest generation is the greatest generation. That's why you should vote for me, a millennial.
I will say, though, that during that whole the Trump portion, where you can tell they were all kind of squeezing their cheeks, really worried, tap dancing around it, DeSantis handled that
Except
so
for
poorly.
Pence, who is like, I want to talk more on this issue.
Right.
Yeah,
Pence was great. DeSantis, he came off to me as like very Hillary Clinton-esque when he was like, "Oh, we've got to look forward because it's so obvious you're trying to get like you're so uncomfortable here." So to me, it's like the more that I watch, the more that he comes across as like the Republican equivalent of Hillary Clinton / you know, the American Psycho guy. But yeah, commenters on this site are class.
Hell yeah. Welcome to the circus, baby.
That's right.
We're the commies that Fox News warned you about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that reminded me of actually another weird moment when they were like basically doing communism slander, but for a bunch of different shit.
Sorry, this comment I just.
If Vivek converts, he has my phone.
I'm wondering.
There you go, Vivek.
This person may be serious, considering the audience we garnered up during the stream. Anyway, sorry, Lance.
Oh, I totally forgot. Oh yeah, communism. China communism bad. Apparently.
Oh
Was
yeah.
it Mexico communism
Right.
bad too? Yeah. Fentanyl, if it's in the room, it kills all the police officers that are in there. Other weird shit like that. A lot of utterly bizarre statements.
I'm very disappointed that nobody called Joe Biden a communist. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. You know, that would have slapped, right? That would have been a good line. I think the crowd would have ate that shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see lots of Vivek support in the comment section. This kind of reinforces my belief that he is kind of like
Manufactured online.
He's an online character.
He's the
yeah,
podcast guy. He's the podcast candidate. He's the Tulsi / Andrew Yang of this round.
Okay, to someone who's watching and commenting about their Vivek support, the Vivek supporters out there, name me something specific that you like about him. Not something he said, something specific that he wants to do. I would love to know. I would love to know what
you could
like
ask
about
that
him.
question of any of the candidates' supporters because none of them have any real policies.
I mean, you get what the Mike Pence supporters, like the evangelical who wants biblical law, basically wants to live in a theocracy.
That's still pretty
basically.
general, but yeah,
I mean,
guess. I just think I can't imagine there's a Republican supporter that's like, you know, I like his infrastructure plan, like because none of these people have anything. They're all just going on vibes. Like there's no real platforms here.
I mean, recall the 2020 Democratic Party primary. Like, it was very substantive, right? We were talking about Medicare for all and arguing like the specificity of Medicare for all. Like, how far do we want to go in terms of private insurance and whatnot? What is it going to cover? Whereas these people are talking about like, oh, China bad. Like, it's so surface level. Like, there's no substance there. And I get that is what the crowd wants. Like, they're going to get bored if they start getting into the nitty-gritty of policy. But let's be honest, these candidates don't know shit about policy. I mean, and to the extent that they do know, they have the wrong positions on everything, right?
Their policy is basically number one, they want to cut taxes on the rich. They always say that. They want to cut taxes. That's the main thing, and they tout that when they are in power, they cut taxes. And then they go ahead and talk about the deficit, which, of course, as we all know, they can wring their hands about this and say they're the champions of this all they want. But whenever there's a Republican president, the deficit rises. We spend more and more and more, and we put when's the last time we had a surplus? It was under Bill Clinton. I'm not saying Bill Clinton's a good president. I'm just pointing out that if you look at the charts that show these things, when there's a Republican president, our debt is in the red. And when there's a Democratic president, we might not be in the blue, but it goes up. It's less. Bill Clinton had us in the blue. I mean, the green or whatever it is. It's the same sort of policies that they, and their new thing is the obsession over transgender people. But what is going to be their policy there? Like, what is it going to be? Like, Trump already did what he did with trans people in college sports with what's it called again? Title
IX.
Yeah. I mean,
they don't have to speak to policies because that's not why their voters vote. It's all cultural bullshit. It's all just vague, like criticizing people that don't look like them, don't act like them, don't like who they like. Like that's their entire platform all the time. And then there's like, of course, there's Trump stuff like, build the wall. And again, we're just talking xenophobic, anti-immigration, mumbo jumbo. But so I guess if that's a policy, that's the closest they'll get to a policy is build the wall. But they generally, they just don't discuss issues. Like that's not what Republicans do. They don't really discuss any real policy issues. I mean, so
well, hey now, wokeness,
and they're going to fight for
CRT. Come
yeah,
on.
exactly. Like that's what, like what. So it's just going to be vague descriptions. And look, not saying there aren't policies behind them, because we're seeing state by state, in terms of like anti-trans legislation, like there is stuff they're doing. But in terms of what these candidates will be discussing on a regular basis, they're not going to go to like strict policy. It's just going to be vague, issues that they support or don't support.
I'm so upset that I'm not doing my normal stream where I can ask these people in all the comment sections to call in, because I would be, oh my God, I want to speak with some of these people so bad.
We need a call-in feature on the show. We really do.
StreamYard needs that too. I need to send StreamYard some emails.
Yeah, ask them, because I think it would be awesome. Like if we could take calls, that would be very entertaining. It'd be cool to talk to like our regular viewers, but I do want to pick the brains of like a Vivek supporter or the one Doug Burgum supporter in the country that we could possibly find. I want to talk to that guy.
I wonder if I could pull this off. Hold on. What if let me try this really quick while we're just, shooting the shit here. Let me change my, do you hear me? Do you guys hear me now?
Yes. Now I do, but you were muted for a second.
Now you hear me. Okay. Now let me see if I can. All right. If you are a Republican, a Vivek supporter, watching this, open Skype. I know that's an app that you might not use. But it's the app that I use for my call-in show. Go to Skype. You go to skype.com. You don't need to download it, but you can download the standalone app and search Doomed Live. Doomed is the name of my live stream I do every Tuesday night. Doomed Live. And then call in, and I will attempt to we'll take one call at least, but it's got to be a Republican or someone who supported the people on the stage, or at least one of the people on the stage, especially a Vivek supporter I'd love to hear from. And I think this is going to work because I changed my audio settings. It would just be audio. So if you're calling with the Skype video thinking you'll be on video, we're just going to do audio. Let's try this. Let's make this work. I'm really dying to see if this is going to happen.
All they got to do is go to skype.com and they could do it from there.
I'm pretty sure you don't got to download it. You might have to create an account. But, I mean...
I just want to see if I could find you easily, to see if this is easy for someone else to do. So I have logged in. Yeah, I think you have to make an account because I just logged into mine. But,
I mean, Skype is like the old standard. Like everyone has an old Skype account they probably haven't used in forever. But I mean, that's how I take call-ins. That's how I'm able to take calls for my show. Let's try this. I really.
Is it Doom Live? Is there a space? Because I'm not finding it when I search it.
It should just come up if you type in Doomed Live. Let me try Doomed Live _1. I don't know why they gave me that as like the specific username.
While you're finding that, I can read his policies, which says that Vivek Ramaswamy believes America is in the midst of a national identity crisis. It has replaced traditional religion with secular gods that he describes as wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, and globalism.
Holy shit. That is the online fucking candidate of this cycle, for sure. Alex Jones 2.0 is correct. That's not a good, like for Alex Jones to say you're Alex Jones 2.0.
That's got to be sobering. Yeah,
I would be
sobering life moment.
Yeah, I would love to talk to a Vivek person if they can call in, if we can get it working.
Maybe it's because I'm in Canada, but I couldn't find the account, so I don't know.
Yeah, all right.
I gotta.
I'll keep it
go
open.
to bed anyways.
Yeah, it is late.
Oh, wait, someone.
You all can stay on as long as you want.
All right.
What? Someone called in?
Yeah, wait, hold on. Someone just messaged me on Skype. Let me say.
They're saying, "Hey, ASL, you on this stream? This Leftist Mafia stream?"
Someone just said, "Oh, they're just saying they found me."
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that means people can't find you.
Yeah.
Got people doomed live.
I don't.
Doomed live. People are
think
too
anyone's gonna
afraid. They're not
call
gonna
him.
come. You're all a bunch of scaredy cats. That's why. Let's use reverse psychology. That'll work on these people.
So I love talking to Republicans, right wingers. I love talking to anyone who does not share my views.
You like the marketplace of ideas.
But they never want to talk. They never want to talk. It's weird. Like you get the few right-wing influencers who have platforms and shows where they do it because they obviously want to create content. But like most of them, even a lot of them don't want to talk either. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of it unless it's like a C-SPAN has those call-in shows, but they never talk back to them. I mean, at least rarely they do. So it's usually like a person calls in, gives their comment, and they can hang up, and the host just sits there, is like, okay, yep. And they could be saying the dumbest shit, and they normally are. But the host has to sit there just nod along until they get off the phone.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna call. Wait, I got a message from someone who claims they support Vivek and Trump. Maybe they're trolling.
And Trump.
But let's see.
I'm guessing it's a troll. These people aren't real.
It's gonna be some like, hey, love the show, everyone. I'm just kidding.
All right, let's try this. Let's see though if you could hear them. We're just trying out the calls here. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Brad. I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Brad from Portland, or I already don't believe you're an actual Vivek and Trump supporter.
Why is that?
Because you're from Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, there's none of us here.
Exactly why I'm a Trump and
Vivek
supporter.
So okay, I'm gonna take you for your word. I'm laughing because I think you might be one of our regular listeners messing with us. But let's take it now that you are a Vivek and Trump supporter. So what do you think of the debate tonight?
I thought it was interesting, but I thought it was definitely a sideshow to the reality that Trump is probably going to get the nomination. I don't think any of them have a real shot. I mean, like Trump mentioned, it's pretty much he has it in the bag, and that was just sort of a who's going to get the VP. That's pretty much it.
Right, and you think, yeah. Who do you think performed the best tonight?
I think Vivek performed the best, and I was watching a bunch of streams, not only yours but like others, and there's polls and stuff, and it seemed like there was the most support for Vivek. And I think, I mean, it's likely either he or I forget
DeSantis?
I'm not sure about DeSantis, but I think, yeah, it was just a show for like who's going to get VP, to be honest.
Do you really think let's say as the primaries roll on and Vivek continues to have second place, and the primary elections happen, and Vivek continues to hold strong in second throughout, do you think Trump would actually pick Vivek though as his VP?
I think you'd be just strategic about it, and I think it wouldn't be a terrible choice. Like, I think I listened to an interview with Carrie Lake, and she's actually going for that role as well. That
right,
whatever makes the most sense in terms of picking up voters. And
all right, hold on 1 second. I just got on Twitch. I just got rated by Vaush. We have like thousands of people joining the Twitch channel stream right now. So people who are listening, we're talking to a Vivek and Trump supporter who called in, who thought Vivek did great tonight. Now, what do you specifically like about Vivek? Like, give me some things that make him like because you said you're a Trump supporter too, so I'm guessing Vivek's like your in the pocket choice. Like Trump is first, right?
So yeah, I think I don't know. I can't speak for everyone, but I think a lot of people will agree with my general points of view that our foreign policy is not good right now. We need to make a change, and we need to go for peace, for sure. And there's no point to this Ukraine debacle. Our border situation is not good, and our government is way overblown. And there's a lot of departments. To Vivek's point, that the government is doing more harm than good by intervening, and it's not good. And I'm obviously a conservative. I'm naturally that way, but I even see some of my family members really leaning towards basically getting indoctrinated by the media. Hearing
on what though?
points.
Give me some specifics though. Like I understand that, you know, as a conservative,
I can be specific.
Sure.
So, for example, I was at my birthday party this year.
Happy birthday.
My brother. No, I mean it was a while ago, but my brother had mentioned he had read an article that sounded like he had been saying this to his friends and to everyone, that he thought that the talking point about being concerned about what was going into schools was out of touch, and that we should be focused on guns rather than the content of what we're teaching children. So I looked up basically what exactly the exact legislation was regarding what our local institutions had, what the local people had come to the local school boards and what they were complaining about. And they were complaining about a couple of specific books that they thought were inappropriate. And I pulled up those specific books. I could basically read them, and I started showing them pictures to my brother and his wife, and he thought they were wildly inappropriate. And yes, I don't think you should show sexual reproductive things to fourth graders. That's inappropriate, and he agreed with me.
Really?
He
I mean,
sex education.
No,
that's where I was
general?
taught.
Like he just, the stance of whatever the media told him, and I find that very troubling. That he would just, take them for the word. They were telling the truth when that actually is maybe something of concern. So these parents,
and that's more
if you're
important than
really
dead children.
concerned-
That's more important than dead children.
Yeah, but
Can he hear
here's
us or
the
no?
thing, though. Oh, he might not be able to hear us.
Oh, he might not be able to hear you guys, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that's going to be one of the issues here. Okay, now we know.
And
something
you can relay our thoughts.
So I'll relay
can
the
you
message.
Ask him, Matt, about his thoughts about how if you teach kids sex education, that actually reduces the ability of them, or the prospect of them getting sexual assaulted, because then they know what to look for. They know what is and isn't inappropriate.
Right. So Mike wants to, and we'll figure out how to change it. So
we'll have to figure this
Playing
out. This
telephone.
isn't gonna...
We're playing four-way
Right.
telephone.
Yeah, this sucks. Okay.
Right. But but do you think that if we teach children of a certain age group when appropriate, fourth grade is not like I learned about my sex education in 1995, started at the fifth grade level, and I went to Catholic school, so it's not like I was in like some like big government public school with a Democratic president forcing sex ed on me. But like, don't you think that kids should have this basic education about sex, so they know what to look out for when they are being basically targeted by, people who seek to sexually abuse them and harm them?
I think that's a good point. I think that it definitely needs to be taught, but it's just not the place of the government to do that.
But then who? So wait, but then
how do
you implement that when school ends? Like, how do you teach sex education then without? But parents will not do that. Parents don't want to have that discussion with their kids. Also, sometimes a lot of
like the parents need to do that, and we should.
But that you can't change that
around
by saying it.
The parents being the ultimate responsible people to do that.
Okay, but this is the truth though. There are parents who won't do that. So what happens to those kids? Like that is then something that society has to look at and figure out what to do. And the society we live in today has decided that that's where we put this sort of education in their schooling, so that every kid, regardless of what their parents decide to do, has this basic knowledge that helps them in life.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes to the point of what many of the candidates were saying, that if there's schools that want to teach that, they can, or feel like they need to, they can. And then if people want to send their kids to private school and teach them themselves about sex, they can, and they can send them to a different school.
Okay,
but shouldn't there be national standards? Because I was homeschooled, for example. This was my parents.
Right.
My parents were very evangelical.
Mike,
I know. I'm relaying it to Matt.
Right. Mike,
so
Mike
I was
said that his. Go ahead.
And behind when I started college, and I was very behind. I had to start at elementary level math. So don't you think that there should be some federal standards so that way we can make sure that as a country we aren't as stupid? Just generally speaking, not just with regard to like sex education.
So Mike basically is relaying to me, we got to figure out how to make it so you could hear them.
I know this is not sustainable.
But we got step one. We got step one down though, where we can get a guest on. So that's already in the works. Yeah. So Mike basically has a background where he was brought up by his evangelical family, and what should have someone like him have done, where their family, to someone like his detriment, specifically did not want him to learn about these things. Let's also add this in here. Mike didn't bring this up, but I want to add this. We hear a lot nowadays from Republicans about like groomers and pedophiles, and usually they mean like people within the LGBTQ community, like trying to lure kids into joining them. But in actuality, most sexual abuse, most actual real grooming comes from people who the child know, usually family members. So what do we do in scenarios where like, maybe the family isn't teaching this kid basic sex ed because they don't want this kid to know that what's happening to them every day, every week when they visit uncle or, whoever, or even their own parents sometimes, they don't want their kid to know that what's going on is wrong. Like, what do we do for those kids?
I totally support a book about that.
But that's what those books usually are about.
And then they get banned from schools.
Yeah, I mean,
like one of the books I saw people have a problem with, just this past couple of weeks on Twitter from some like conservative, and it went viral. I can't remember the name of the book, but she's mentioned how like her either it was her son or her nephew saw a book about sailboats. The kid thought it was about sailboats or something. I don't know if any of you saw this tweet, but in actuality, that's just the title of the book. The kid just saw the name of the book and it said sailboats in the title, and they thought, but the book was actually about like a preteen or someone around that age range. And it was a book for that grade level, like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Basically, their story of how they came to discover that their father was sexually abusing them every night. And that's what that book was for. Yet the conservatives online who were talking about this book over the past couple of weeks on Twitter, they were going apeshit over the fact that this book, it wasn't even being taught in a school. It was like one of the books that the librarian's top pick at the local library or something like that. And they were inundating this library now with phone calls and complaints that this book written for children in the age of 5th grade and up, I believe it was, how they shouldn't be able to read this book about how the author of the book came to find out that they had this inappropriate relationship with their father every night.
Yeah, so you're saying like they extracted way more out of the situation than what was actually the truth. Is that basically?
Right, like a lot of these books are basically just informing children about how this is how sex works. This is how you can get pregnant. This is how babies are made. This is what you need to do to practice safe sex. And part of that is, showing imagery of how condoms work, how other contraceptives work. It does. I mean, I remember being in 5th grade and the teacher putting on a video of a baby coming out of a vagina, and how the class was like, "Holy shit!" This is, but this is important stuff. Like this is basic life.
So
this
there's
is
a picture of a baby coming out of a vagina in your 5th grade class.
Oh, not a picture. A very explicit
I don't know
video.
if that's necessary.
But it's just.
Can I say something, Matt?
Yeah, go ahead, Lance. Lance is going to say something, and I'll reiterate it to you, caller.
I have an important message to say. Can everyone who's watching go to youtube.com/thesurftimes? Surf is spelled like surf and lords, not surf like surfing. youtube.com/thesurftimes. I gotta head out, y'all. Trans rights are human rights. That'll be my last message of the day. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow for the Leftist Mafia.
I can't hear Lance.
All right, so Lance.
It's a very important message.
So he was right. Lance was jumping. So I mean, I don't the idea that there shouldn't be some basic, fundamental, sort of syllabus in this country just to ensure that every child knows the basics of what sex is, how to practice it safely, and also what it means to be sexually abused. I don't see how we can chop that up and just say some kids are allowed to know it and some kids aren't. It just seems like something that would, fundamentally alter the lives of a subset of children. Like, there's no surprise to me that usually it is the most fundamental religious people who are brought up in a religious fundamental sort of household, and I don't just mean evangelical. I mean anyone who religion is number one, and we should not teach children sex at all because that's heresy or whatever. They're the ones who often end up having kids at a very young age. Their children end up having kids at a very young age because they never learned that if you insert a penis into a vagina and ejaculate, you can create a baby.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I'm getting explicit here because that's just the truth.
I think it's just.
It's like being great for again.
At what point do you do that? Is where
That's how
maybe we have disagreement.
works.
But I certainly agree that at some point they need to know that. But I think we're kind of churning at this particular topic. If you want to. Bring up any of the other ones. I think maybe your viewers would be interested to hear that as well.
No, let's definitely move on. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate you calling in. I think you calling in is absolutely fantastic, and everyone on the other end just agreed with me.
Yes, tell him we say thank you.
Yeah, because more people need to call
right,
in.
though.
With other, but let's move on to a different topic. So what else? Appeals to you.
I am sorry.
About...
I am going to go. Just say bye. Bye.
Okay, David's heading out too. Peace,
really,
David.
Later.
Go ahead.
I'm going to bounce.
It's pretty obvious that if you ask anyone if should you be allowed to murder a 2-year-old child, everyone would agree that that's wrong.
Right, because that's a human being
idea?
who lives and breathes on their own, and is not dependent on another individual. And is a full human being, right?
What about a 1-day-old child?
Of course, that'd be murder because that is once again a full human life outside of another person who is not dependent on their body for sustenance.
So then, when it starts to get hairy, is everything in between after they're born and when they're conceived. So I think most conservatives will. Agree that if it's a college kid that has a pregnancy and they find out about it, I don't think most conservatives will actually think it's wrong to abort the child in a reasonable time. the real debate is really when.
I think you would be. I think you would be outside of. I don't know about the word. I don't know what you consider most to be, but I think there is a very significant amount of Republicans who disagree with that. Who think that that student, that you said a college student or a high school student. What did you say again? I want to make sure I'm not taking
college
your.
student. That's where I think most of the promiscuous sex happens, right?
Okay, so. Okay. I would say if you said high school student, that argument would probably be a little bit more realistic. College student, without a doubt, I would say the majority of conservatives would probably think that that person would be old enough to not make that. They would need to have that baby. They would be outside that unless they were raped. There would be a more conservatives who then say, okay, that person can get an abortion. But I think 18 plus you're talking about, I think most conservatives would probably be like, nope, sorry, you got to pay the consequence.
Not from my experience. I've talked to most of them, and I talked to them like, what's that line when it's okay and it's not okay? Most of them say between 3 months and 6 months after conception. And there's certainly a wide swath that immediately after conception, no go. But I mean, I don't think that most conservatives, especially the ones like you guys are Democrat, you want to win the middle, right? So the ones that you should be talking about is the people arguing about when that time is, when you can abort, when you can't. So
well, I mean, we've had a number of elections now since the decimation of Roe v. Wade, and it's seemingly been one of the, if not the number one issue in most voting Americans' minds when going to the polls. And they have basically shut down Republicans multiple times now due to them not agreeing with the GOP on abortion.
And absolutely, I can't tell you how angry I was when Roe v. Wade.
So you're a conservative. Gosh. You're a conservative who supported Roe v. Wade.
Shit over.
So you're a conservative that supported Roe v. Wade.
I'm so furious because I knew when that happened, we're toast. We're gonna lose.
you were in support of Roe v. Wade because we should for people who
fundamentally I think yes, the states should be able to decide, but I knew it would be a huge rallying point for the Democrats, insanely. As soon as that happened, why would you hand that shit to them for free?
In red states. In red states too, though, like we should be explicit. In red states, this has been a losing policy for Republicans.
Yeah, and it's like there's states that are saying like 8 months pregnant, like they're saying if you're pregnant and it's like a month, it's like you don't even know. Like personally, I've had that situation with my girlfriends, where you don't even know after a month or so. It's like that's a very easy mistake. And then you're like trapped having that child. That's terrible to put that on.
But the 8 months question though, can you correct him, Matt, on that? Because that doesn't happen. Women aren't having 8 month abortions just for no reason.
On that. And I was like, oh my God, we're toast.
So let me ask you this. You brought up 8 months or something. So you're saying I guess you brought up like 3 to 6 months in your discussions with people. I'm guessing you believe that an abortion after 6 months, let me give you that, 6 months would be something you would want to see. That should be the time limit. Like after 6 months, sorry, you can't get an abortion. Is that what your belief is?
I think at some point, I mean, I haven't really decided, I guess, or spent enough time thinking about it, but like I've heard like the argument about, I think it's like heartbeat or like brain function or something like that, but there's a point where you can say this is a human and you can't murder it. That's
All right, so what if
somewhere in there, maybe 4, 5, 6, I don't know.
Okay, so what if there is a situation where after that 6-month period, what I guess conservatives would consider to be the late term abortion time period. What if during that period the mother's life became she something went wrong and she could have lost her life, or a situation where the baby, the fetus, is basically something went wrong, it's brain dead, is not living. You think that the woman should have to carry the fetus to term in either of those scenarios?
So I guess after any of you like make the determination like this is a life, then you have to treat each human equal. So if you think that a human becomes a human after 6 months, then at that point it becomes like the railroad situation where you go on the left and kill one person, you go on the right and you kill 2 persons. You have to basically make a guess at what would make.
But you don't have to guess
who
though,
would
because
save the most lives, and that's not a easy situation. That's terrible situation to be in. But you have, try it, and that we should. Generally, the government should stay out of that situation. It should be left to the doctors.
If you get into a car accident and the person in the other vehicle, it was your fault, you were speeding, and the person in the other vehicle is, they're injured horrifically in the wreck, and they require a new organ, a kidney transplant.
Mm-hmm.
Should you be required to should the government require you to provide one of your kidneys to that person who you injured and made it so that they had to have a kidney transplant?
That's interesting.
Never thought about it, huh?
So just if I die,
no, you're alive. No, you're alive. You can you need to people can live with one of those organs. That's how they do those transplants. You could donate those sort of organs to a family member or someone who has your blood type or whatever. I'm not a medical professional, but that's from what I understand. But you get into a car accident, you're fine. The person in the other car is injured and requires you to donate one of the organs where you would still be fine. You would be able to live your life completely normally. Being that you are responsible for that person requiring a new organ, should there be a law or a rule where you need to make sure that person lives?
That's a good one.
It's a life.
It's a life.
All
right?
life is precious. It's a human life. Come on, this is easy. I wish I could talk.
Right. But here's the thing though, like that pondering that you're doing is the same sort of thing. And like, you're not even in the situation. We're talking about this hypothetical scenario. But it's analogous to what basically a woman goes through when they have to decide, these sort of things with their own health. But the difference is that
it's kind of
our
a
situation,
stranger though, isn't it?
That woman doesn't know
it's
the
a member
fetus
of our community, but
that woman doesn't know the fetus inside her. That fetus has done nothing for anyone. That stranger you killed could have an entire family. That stranger.
That's an outlandish comment. Like that's,
why a fetus hasn't done anything for.
Are you saying that the mother has no connection with the fetus?
No, that's
whatsoever?
probably what that's the one individual who is probably most emotionally and physically stressed and hurt and by this whole scenario. That's my point. Like, the government should not step in and tell that woman what she can and cannot do in one of the most, if not the most difficult decisions she'll ever make.
See, there you go. I agree. You're on my
okay,
team.
so
Thanks, man.
No, but how is that your scenario?
Also,
you want states to say that woman that
Roe v. Wade, it has the government intervening into those things. So you're basically agreeing with me by saying that the government.
No, but you said that Roe v. Wade was basically you supported it because you thought conservatives would get shellacked.
Roe v. Wade was a national thing, and all it did by removing it was leave it to the states.
Correct. Okay. Are you saying that
Constitution was designed?
Are you saying that state?
We have no right whatsoever to impose upon laws at a national level.
Has he heard of the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution?
Wait, so Roe v. Wade was saying is that we're going to supersede states' authority to impose laws that they cannot supersede.
So you don't view state government as government? Yeah. You don't view state government as government?
Federal government.
No, I absolutely believe in state government, but the federal laws need to be.
So you're okay. Very
important things that we do things. Everything
you're
else
okay.
needs to be decided by the states.
So you're okay with the governor basically running a Big Brother fascist style regime on their state, as long as it's not on the federal level. So the governor can basically say no abortions for anyone, and you don't think that's the government getting involved with an individual's right to have a medical procedure or do what they think is the best for their own personal health.
I don't think it's the federal job to do that, and we have actually in the past we've states who have done really bad things, and it was the Civil War. We invaded them and stopped them.
But I get that you think that federal government bad, but you're basically saying though that a governor can do anything they want, and you would not be against that as big government. To you, that's not big government. A governor basically, if the governor did eminent domain on your home, you would be fine with that because it's not the federal government doing it.
Or what if they taught sex education to kids too early? That's fine. Is that fine?
Right. Or if a governor passed a law saying that we're going to start teaching sex ed to kindergartners. That's not Big Brother stepping in because it's just the state. It's just the governor doing it.
Yeah, but I mean, like the topic of the conversation is the presidents. So we're talking about the federal level. So that's why I'm bringing that up. But generally my opinion is that the state should decide what they want to do. California is a much different state than Arkansas, and their cultures reflect that, and it works better that way if people can make their laws based upon their own cultures.
I'm gonna jump off here really quick.
Okay, Mike. All right.
Can you just ask him as a fellow PDXer, what is his favorite flavor of voodoo donuts? Like, what's his favorite, real quick?
Mike has to jump off, but he's also a Portlandia wherever he said PDXer.
Wow,
I guess I should just went with that. Mike wants to know what's your favorite.
Talk about that for a second.
First of all, let me ask his question. What's your favorite voodoo donut?
Yeah.
I buy donuts all the time. I'm a salesperson, so there's some crazy shit at Voodoo Donuts, but it's whatever. But hey, I want to talk about Portland.
Okay, I have to, since he didn't answer. I just have to say the correct answer is Oreo.
Mike says the correct answer is Oreo. By the way,
saying that they can actually forgive basically any drugs. So people are moving to Portland en masse. They're not from here. They want to go here because they know they won't get punished for drugs. I've had my car stolen. I've had my car broken into multiple times. And these people are not from here. They're basically coming here to do drugs. They're killing themselves. I had multiple people die feet from my apartment taking fentanyl. And I can't even walk down the street feeling safe. So if you think that amnesty of these drugs is nice, it's not nice. These people are are in pain. It's not good. Do not.
Which is why we need a housing first policy. I'm gonna duck out right here. Take care.
All right, take care, Mike. All right, yeah. I mean, I guess we should. It's just me left now, but that means that I don't have to go back and forth with everybody else asking who are telling me what to ask you. We will figure out how to loop their calls into the callers next time as well. This is the first time taking calls on using StreamYard, so we were just trying it out. And it ended up working in terms of getting a caller on. We just didn't have a way for him to hear the other hosts other than me, because I'm the one who has the Skype call open on my computer, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But all right, but now it's just me. So let's get back to I do want to talk about but really quick, we'll wrap it up shortly, but I wanted to talk about you had mentioned that you're sort of fine with this happening at the state level. But what about but there are, and we were talking about abortion just a little while ago. Let me mention this. There are states that want to, who I believe have actually made it illegal for someone to leave the state to seek an abortion. What do you feel about that as someone who's all about states' rights? Do you think a governor of one state can punish someone for what they do in another state?
Absolutely not. That's the whole.
I mean, but that's not on a federal level. That's a state level there.
The whole point of having states have their own rights is that if you don't like the state, you can choose a different state, but you can still hold to the ideals of the Constitution. So, moving states, if you don't like a state, you move on. And I'm probably going to leave Portland and Oregon because I don't like the politics here. And the reason, I'm crying about being in Portland. That's my problem. I can move, and I will. But for the governor of my state to tell me that I can't move states, that's completely wrong. So I agree with you on that. That's
okay. But also, don't you think that what one state does also affects another state? Like in the scenario that I gave you, an individual is able to go to another state that has different laws because they border each other and it's the closest state where they can get to. Don't you think that, you brought up you think there's a big drug problem in Portland? I'm not a West Coast person. West Coast is probably the area of the country I am least familiar with, the place I've probably been the least amount of times, interestingly enough. Let me take you for what you said. But you don't think that if you move to the neighboring state, you think all the drug issues are just staying in Portland, or do you think that people from those neighboring states drive outside of their state to buy drugs and then they bring them back to their state? Because we are, after all, a country that, what one does in one place affects a swath of people in another.
Yeah, I think there's certainly. What's your question exactly? I'm not sure I understand it.
Well, don't you think that as a country, as a united country, that we are 50 states, yes, but we are also the United States of America. Don't you think that federal laws are important to make sure that people in one state aren't subject to the bad decisions of the state government or local government or whatever in another state?
I mean, that's a consequence. It is what it is. I feel like it's worth there's more upsides than downsides to that, but it is the federal responsibility, for one, to maintain the border between Mexico and the USA, and 100% of that fentanyl is coming through the Mexican border, and I blame 100% the federal for the amount of fentanyl that is on the streets, literally 100 feet from me. And
I don't know about 100%.
My local government for allowing this to be a thing. And someone stole my car, and they were sentenced to 18 months in jail. A felony, that should be a long time in jail for stealing a car. But they don't have the prosecutorial resources to deal with that, and I guess I just have to deal with it. But it's literally a nightmare here.
Stealing a car. Listen, I certainly sympathize with you. I've had a car stolen before, but I mean it's certainly not even close to being like a very serious crime. It's just not.
You don't think that's a serious crime?
I mean, compared to like murder and homicide and rape and trafficking and all these other very serious crimes. I mean, it's certainly serious, not. But it's certainly not.
It's
I mean,
yeah.
I listen. I appreciate you
it's
calling.
I mean,
so let me ask. Let's end on this. Let's end on this instead of going to so you think Vivek is your guy because I guess you think he's going to what?
I think that Vivek, he understands how to win. I think that
how to win what? Like how to win the election? You mean, or
shake things up and make some change? I like he mentioned destroying like the Department of Education. I think that and like several other issues. I want to make the government way smaller.
How small?
I think that
like what like how small though? Like what do you think is what's your issue like in terms of like I agree there's probably areas where I mean probably there's certainly areas like for one the defense Department of Defense our military I think we can greatly cut so much of that and I'm not talking about and I'm not talking about in terms of providing salaries and healthcare to veterans and benefits to veterans, I should say, and active duty military. I'm discussing like how much we spend on weapons, how much we give the military industrial complex. I agree with you there, but like for me, it's not like all of government's too big because I just want government to be whatever size it needs to be to work. And for me, we are overspending in one area. I don't think we put enough money into education. I don't think we put enough money into social safety net programs. I don't think we do enough for, we do enough for people in terms of welfare, Social Security. I think there are.
Yeah, I totally agree. So for the education thing, I think we I'm willing to get my mind change on that stuff. But generally, I think government spending needs to go down. And I think, let me tell you this, it's my job as a conservative and for all conservatives to tell progressives that they have a lot of ideas, they want to change everything all the time, but it's the job of a conservative to say, hey, hold on a second, slow down. And there's certain things in our culture that we developed over thousands of years that we do, and we don't even know why we do them, but we do them for a reason, and it works. And someone has to be the guy who says, hey, take it easy, don't change too much shit. Take it easy.
Like what though? Like give me an example of something that
their job is to come up with things, new things we need to change, new things. It's a conservative's job to say,
because the world spins and things change, and we need to adapt with current events. I mean, there's some things that are the way they are for a reason. We need to make sure we don't change everything too quickly. Like what? What's something that is how it is for a reason that progressives or progressives want to change that conservatives need to tell them to slow down on?
I think a really good example of that is like the nuclear family, which is brought up a lot during the debate.
progressives
matters.
we have a policy to destroy the nuclear family? That would be news to me.
No, I don't think you did it intentionally. And that's exactly my point.
I'm
sorry. I didn't mean you. I just meant like the
no. I
policies
of course.
progressives.
No. I totally. I was just being. I like being facetious. So yeah. Go ahead. I want to hear how progressive policy has accidentally done that.
So out of altruism, we had made a lot of incentives towards people who have kids, out of wedlock, and now it's like a situation where it's an incentive actually to have a father not in the home. It's better for the child financially to not have a father in the home, and that's so terrible to the child. It's brutal and wrong, and it's terrible for them to do that. But we didn't do this on purpose. We did it accidentally because conservatives did not step up and say, hey, wait a second, this is something like the nuclear family is important. Kids need to have fathers. And conservatives didn't step up enough in that moment. And now we have so many children without fathers, and they are seriously messed up in the head because they don't have anyone to look up to. They have no one to teach them how to be a man. And it's really fucking up everything to do with these poor families. It's very tragic. And if progressives knew that beforehand, before they made these policies, they would not have done that. But they didn't know. They didn't know how important the nuclear family was.
So you think there are a significant number of people who specifically do not let a father get involved with their children, or like what are you suggesting here? Like what is going on here? Like
so what happens is that we thought that we should take care of children, and then we voted towards taking care of children, and then we voted for this law that happens, and then next thing you know, it just so comes to the case that, oh, well, the best thing for my kid and this mother is a good mother. She's a good person. She realizes that given the laws that are given to me in this situation, the best thing for my child is to not let my father.
Oh, wait, hold on. My headphones just died. Hold on. I'm replacing one. Hold on.
So,
hey, you there?
I don't blame the mother. I don't blame anyone else. That's the laws have made that. And what ends up happening is the kid is seriously disadvantaged. And it wasn't anyone's fault. The only fault I would put on anyone was that the conservatives didn't say, hey, why didn't we think about this a little deeper? Why didn't we stop this?
So what do you suggest that? Okay, so what do you? I'm sorry, one of my AirPods died, so I had to replace them really quick. So I missed a little bit of what you said. But let me ask you this. But I got the gist of it. What would you as a conservative do for a single mother with, I don't know, 2 kids? What would your dream scenario as a conservative be for that situation? Single mother, 2 kids.
So for me, prevent it from ever happening. I mean, that's kind of a cheat answer, but
how do we prevent that? How do we prevent that from happening?
To make her not single, have the father of the child be present.
18, 19, 20-year-old gets pregnant. Nothing that could have been done about it. I mean, something could have been done. Yes. Something could have been done about it, but conservatives don't want them to do that. So we had a whole conversation before about abortion. So young single mother, kids. She's now in her early 20s. What do we do for them? They need to eat, right? They need a place to live, right? What do we do?
We should take care of them.
Right. Of course. But that's what we do. That's what we do.
Right.
But you said that conservatives don't have a problem with that. They have a problem with they think we should whoa slow down. This shouldn't be.
No, we should have done something before that happened.
What though?
Not incentivized to kick the father out.
How is that incentivized? The father just was not involved. The woman did not have any idea she was going to get pregnant. Maybe she did in some scenarios, and the father turned out to not be the type of person who she thought he would be, and he just up and left. What do we like? How do you as a conservative stop that?
I think that we need to make a point that being a father is really important, and that if you conceive a child, that you're responsible for that child, not the mother's sole responsibility. And if you don't take a step to be a part of that child's life, then you're doing extreme harm.
Right, we do that. We do that. That's what child support is. But there are a lot of people who don't pay child support. There are a lot of people who do pay child support, but they don't make enough money to really give anything substantive to the mother with the children. So what do like I don't know what scenario conservatives think is happening, that like women are purposefully getting pregnant, having lots of children.
Doing it. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I think it's all an accident. It's
or out of their hands, right?
Purpose.
Right. Well, there are conservatives who think they do, but I'm glad you're not one of them.
It's terrible for everyone.
Right, but listen, like I don't get what you're saying should be done though. Like if a woman has children and she needs to provide for them, but she's a single mother, she can't go to work because who's going to watch the kids? Or maybe she does go to work and she needs to pay for childcare, and she's a lucky person who's able to afford childcare to begin with. But then also, childcare isn't cheap, so they're paying for childcare, and after they pay for childcare, the amount of money they make isn't enough to sustain a living wage for a mother with two kids. I mean, I don't know what the whoa you're going too far here is by giving them. I think like I don't know the situation in each and every state. But I think in New York, the max amount that they can, a single mother with two children can receive is something like $35,000 a year or something like that. In overall, the entirety of welfare benefits, I believe. Food stamps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a lot of money for raising two kids, and that's New York.
Yeah. I mean, I stayed a couple nights in New York. It's expensive as shit.
Right. Like here's the thing that really like confuses me about like the conservative ideology. Like we don't want to teach children about sex. We don't want to educate them on what sex is and what could happen from sex. But so we don't want that to happen. But then they go ahead and get pregnant because they don't know what happens when you have sex. But then we don't want them to get. But then we don't want them to get abortions, right? So then we have young people having kids when they're not in a situation in their life where they are educated, have a job or any sort of job prospects. But then we complain about giving those people money just to survive. But also, it's the party that really cares about children, but doesn't want to give them money. Like I'm like really straining here. And I think I'm being quite generous too in how I know there are people in the chat who would probably phrase this in a much different way, but like I don't understand where the issue lies for conservatives then, in terms of like slow down. Okay, where you don't want to teach them about you don't want them to learn about sex. You don't want them to have abortions. You care about kids, but you don't want to give them money. So what's the solution? Like you're just saying like fathers should stay with their. I mean, we could say that till the cows come home. It still happens, and it's still going to happen. It doesn't matter what I mean. Another thing that's been detrimental to the nuclear family is the fact that the cost of living is so much money and wages haven't kept up with it, that in a lot of families, it is a requirement for both parents to work. And that means they spend less time with their kids because both parents are now working. And then, of course, money issues is oftentimes a major point for the I guess decay or destruction of that familial relationship, and oftentimes is a major factor in divorces. But conservatives don't want to help there either. They want businesses to run rampant in terms of how they can. They don't even want a minimum wage. They think people, if someone wants to take a job for $1, they should take a job for $1 an hour. Like that's where I'm. I'm throwing this all at you here, but it's like this never-ending circle of I don't want this to happen, but I support all the reasons that it does happen. And then that secondary issue, you don't want that to happen, but you support all the reasons why it happened. And then that third issue, you don't want it to happen, and so on. Like it's just like a human centipede of conservatives saying, we don't want this to happen, but we're gonna let it happen. But then we also don't want to stop the causes of it happening.
Right. So I basically agree with you on most things. So what I'm saying is that the more you try to do, the more you're going to fuck it up.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The more you try to do, fix it, the more you're going to fuck it up.
I don't think so. I think giving people...
I honestly, that's my belief, that you and the government, if they try to do more, they're going to fuck it up more than it already was. And I think you're absolutely right that the economics have a massive, massive contribution to that. And I think some of the policies with energy and foreign policy and not dealing with corruption are the primary issues. And I think that's, to bring back Trump, I think that he hit some of those. I didn't vote for Trump for any of those social policies we've been talking about. I voted for Trump on the wall issue and his foreign policy issue and his pro-jobs. And, I don't think he really needed to cut capital gains tax. But I saw, when Trump was in office, an enormous gain from the lower income. And all of these issues that we're talking about started getting better really fast. And I think if we go back to that, a lot of those issues will go away a lot quicker. If we start drilling in West Texas, like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that they let Chevron and Phillips just consolidate the whole West Texas oil fields. It's such corrupt bullshit that they did that. Like, there was thousands and thousands of independent contractors and companies drilling, making gas prices down to $2, and it was amazing. Everyone got the benefit of that. Everyone's bills were much lower because companies were allowed to actually go out and drill. But now, you know what they're doing? They drill these things, and then no one fucking pumps the oil out. They just let it sit, because it's better for corporate profits to sit on that money and for 2 or 3 companies to control the money in West Texas, and for them in turn to pay money to politicians to basically control a monopoly. Like, where the hell did the Anti-Sherman Trust Act go? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, I listen. I like, agree that. I agree with you.
Oh my
that
God.
we.
And
I mean,
why
I
are
don't
we
think
spending billions and billions of dollars money to Ukraine, and there's like,
well, the
buying
Ukraine
yachts
thing
and
is
stuff.
just not. It's just a non-issue. But
and it's like no wars, pump oil.
You think
fix our economy and everything will be fine.
I want to.
I believe that if either Vivek's not going to get it, Vivek's probably going to go for a VP with Trump. And you can count me on this, and you can call me in whatever 8 years if Trump wins. That our economy, you look back, and it'll be better if Trump and Vivek win.
Listen, I just realized that we've been talking for almost an hour now, and I really appreciate it. And I want to go longer with you, but I think an hour is a good. So what I'm going to ask actually is please call in another time. You have the Skype username.
Sure.
Definitely subscribe to the channel, youtube.com/Matt Binder. That's my personal channel. You might be watching it on one of the other guys' channel because we do the cross streaming thing, the multi-streaming thing. We might cross streams too sometimes, but but follow me there. And anytime I'm on and I'm taking calls, I'd be happy to take your call and continue this conversation.
Absolutely.
So, and you know, I appreciate, like I always say, no matter where I disagree with a conservative or a libertarian or anyone, I always give props for an individual who calls in to discuss. Because if we're not talking with each other, then what's the point? I mean,
Absolutely.
Living in a silo doesn't do anything. Yeah. Right. So have a great night. It was an absolute pleasure talking with you. I look forward to continuing this conversation when we have more time and it's not almost 1 a.m. over here for me. I know it's 3 hours earlier for you, but it's almost 1 for me.
And I got a flight in a couple hours too. So.
So even better for you. Have a great night. Take care. Please call in again.
It's a pleasure talking with you. Have a good night. Take care.
Bye. I'm really glad we did that because that was a lot of fun. For people who, you know, if you're normally watching my channel, you know I love doing this. I will go on and on. I'm going to switch mics just to make sure there's no issue here. You should still hear me. I want to make sure you do. You should hear me. I go on with callers on my own stream when I'm just streaming by myself forever. And I go with multiple callers because it is the most fun thing to do. Because what is the purpose of having these, listen, I know my usual listeners and viewers like to jump on the stream and we have fun, we talk about stuff. But if we're not hearing what other people think who, you know, aren't within our own little community here, then, I mean, we're never really going to get an idea of how I think a lot of people think in this country. I want to first of all really say up front that I'm really happy Brad called in. And like I said, no joke, I give props to anyone who does that. I don't care who you are. I even say that for conservative influencers who actually have on other people. You know, for example, Tim Pool sucks in a lot of ways. Talking with other people, except Sam Cedar, which is his weak point. He won't do that. That I don't respect. But him talking to other people like me and Lance and Emma, that part I give him props for. Every single person should do that. But I mean, that is, when you listen to people talk, that is the sort of crux of a lot of conservative ideology, right? They are against one thing, and because they are against one thing, something happens. And then there's a way to help with the something that happens, but they don't want to help with the something that happens. And then it's a constant cycle that continues. And it moves on to the next issue, and the next issue, and the next issue. And then before you know it, like I said earlier, you have a human centipede of broken policies that are all distinctly caused by the preceding one. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. This caller has someone's messaging me on Skype, excuse me. You only pick idiots to show dumb side of conservative Republicans. I don't ever pre-screen my calls. I don't care if you're a fan or you're calling in to debate me. I have never pre-screened. This is not the person I just spoke to. This is someone else who wanted to talk. It's 1 a.m. on my end. I would be happy to take your call the next show. I'll absolutely do it. I mean, I don't know how long. I mean, I'm feeling myself tired, but I mean, if you really want to do it at 1 a.m., I mean, I don't know where it is your time. But I mean, I don't pre-screen my calls. I just take the call as it comes in. First come, first serve, like general admission. And yeah, Phil says in a super chat, you go too long sometimes. Yeah, and I give people too much time sometimes. There's a lot of times where it'd probably help me to just be like, all right, enough of this one. Whoever calls in just calls in, and that's the call I take. So to the person who wants to talk to me next time, I'll be happy. In fact, I will put you at the front of the line. Please follow me, youtube.com/MattBinder, twitch.tv/MattBinder. Next time I am live and taking calls, stream just me, I am 100% taking calls. I don't know if I'll be able to figure out the phone system for tomorrow's stream with the other guys for Leftist Mafia. Everyone you just saw for the debate stream, I'm going to be on with them again tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. for our usual Thursday night Leftist Mafia stream. I don't know if I'm going to figure out how to get them to hear the calls. I don't think we could do the call-in again with them not hearing it. It was just a last-minute idea to just test it out. And we realized that 50% of it worked, the other 50% didn't. But I will be happy to take your call next time. 100. I'll put you at the front of the line. This, and this is, it's not just to rag on. I don't think I'm ragging on him, but to even like critique the caller's arguments. But what you heard from the caller was just a non-media prepared version of what you heard on the debate stage tonight. There was no difference between what the 8 people on the stage tonight were saying. In fact, I think the caller was better in terms of he was without a doubt in certain aspects, specific policy aspects, probably more liberal, or I should say to the left, not on the left, more to the left than how right-wing all the people on the debate stage were tonight. But the line of argument, it's pretty much the same. GPT Vivek, Chat GPT Vivek was a great line from Chris Christie. I will give him that. Anyone who anyone who heard that, I mean, that is him, isn't it? Chat GPT candidate. Anyway, I feel myself getting tired. All the super chats that came in tonight, we'll read them on the streams tomorrow. If you want to tune into my version of that stream, youtube.com/MattBinder. I know I'm live still on David's stream, Mike's stream, I think Ben Dixon's stream, right? I don't even know who else is still on right now. If you're usually a subscriber to theirs or watch via them, make sure you subscribe to my channels too. Tomorrow is 8:30 p.m. I'm also on the Majority Report tomorrow. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, although I'm not on with Sam Cedar. I'm on with Emma Vigland and Brandon Sutton. So I'll be on Majority Report tomorrow afternoon. And then Leftist Mafia with all the people you saw in with us tonight for the debate at 8:30 p.m. And yeah. Who should I raid over on Twitch, by the way, before I say farewell? There's let me see who I should raid here. Who's doing debate stuff? Anyone? Are we almost hitting 4 hours? We hit 4 hours. I did it. I did my 4-hour stream. That's me. Anyone who knows me knows I go long. I can't help it. And it's my birthday. Well, it's not my birthday anymore. My birthday ended while I was here with all of you. It's now August 24th. No longer my birthday. My birthday was August 23rd yesterday. Yeah. Mike is still on Twitch because he's streaming me. I'm not going to raid Mike because Mike is Mike is going to end. When I end this stream, every other stream is going to shut off. Rational National, Humanist Report, Ben Dixon's, every single one of them is going to shut off when I shut this off. Oh, I did see that US... Yes, I'll send it over to USA Hole. I'll do that. So, hope to see you all tomorrow. And hope to see you all on my own streams in the future, too. Don't forget to subscribe or follow or whatever. And have a great night, everybody. Just rating USA Hole. I wish I could control. I wish I could rate. Like, I wish StreamYard let me control all the raids. That would be quite incredible, wouldn't it? That would be something. But I could only sit for mine, unfortunately. All right, let's finish with this raid here. I guess I'll plug while I'm doing this instead of just standing around. YouTube.com/MattBinder, Twitch.tv/MattBinder. Don't forget to subscribe. Twitch, with the Twitch Prime subscription. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can become a member at my YouTube channel too. YouTube.com/MattBinder. Patreon.com/MattBinder if you'd like to financially support the show with a monthly subscription and help my show grow. I don't know why the raid is not working. I clicked raid and I clicked it twice. What's going on? Running out of things to say. Doomedcast.com for the podcast version of my show. Also, check out my crypto critical show, Scam Economy, where it's not just about crypto anymore, but it's mostly about crypto. But it's where I take down the scam economy that is the cryptocurrency space, along with the whole tech industry VC hype machine behind it. Again, that's scameconomy.com. And why isn't this raid working? What the hell? There we go. It just worked. All right. Take care, everyone.